We haven't decided whether or not we were going to stay longer.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. Apparently, I made the camera slightly crooked before going live. That's okay.
You're a Batman villain from the 1960s.
That's right. They always film slightly crooked.
Yeah. Happy April, the Tomfoolery Day.
Tom's favorite holiday?
Yeah.
The one day a year we actually celebrate Tom?
No.
It's not his birthday, it's April 1st, because every joke is bad on April 1st, mostly. Men in Black.
Yeah, it has that weird, like, Men in Black sound, yeah.
It's so weird.
There's also another one that sounds like the Avengers song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I plan on updating the playlist soon with new music. Probably move some old stuff out. Announcements. We do have an announcement coming up soon. Be prepared. Nikolai will be driving the ship for 2 weekends while I'm away.
Okay, just because my character is a lot like me doesn't mean it'll be ran as Nikolai. That would be interesting, actually.
Let me rephrase.
Should I do that?
But I'll be gone for 2 weekends, and there will be some fun and shenanigans afoot at the table, and I will be keeping tabs on it, so if anything goes wrong, I know who to murder when I get back.
Why do you always look at me when you say shit like that?
Because I'm not trying to look at the guilty party.
The shit rolls uphill, so it'll probably be all my fault. Unless you guys misbehave and deliberately try to sabotage me.
So, anyway, on to the recap. Nikolai, since you have something warm, fuzzy, and vibrating in your arms...
Yeah, she's being a super lovely kitty right now.
You can go first.
Okay. Nikolai was straight to the point in business, as for the purpose of being there. So he did entertain some interesting fancies by drawing some of the interesting images he saw after coming through the portal to the place. But in short, he was able to locate the family household there in Aurella, and find out it was completely disheveled. Not after, but after meeting the leader Gilly, or at Gilly's Emporium, found out that Mustache Rourke, as we like to call him, had been at that place about 5 years ago and trashed it. So when he finally found the place and got to speak with the keepers of the place, which, all intents and purposes, sounds like a permanent, magnificent mansion. He had them repair and clean everything except for the messes and destructions that Mustache Rourke created. And then went back to meet his family, or get back in touch with his family. Found out some information about the rest of the family, their predecessors, their progenitors, and then closed the evening with a short conversation, speaking with the lady Rosalind, who is now the acting queen, about getting some questions to be answered by the infamous Jester's Court. That's about.
Yeah, you guys were
enjoyed some
supposed to
pumpkin
submit
pie.
those questions to me, but you never did.
Yeah.
Good job,
I
Cable.
figured we had at least another session before that was an issue.
Well, I guess we'll never know at this point.
I guess
I
not.
forgot.
Or you just don't care.
That's
Oh.
about it.
Oh, important questions to possibly get some information? Oh, well, fuck that. Let's just do nonsense.
That's all I can think of really that happened with Nikolai.
Mongo,
He is?
your turn.
Ah, fuck.
Damn it. I spilled a bunch of crumbs on myself.
That ain't abnormal. Anyway, Mongo, regale us with what happened.
Shit. We checked into the hotel. We were actually, when we were about to check in, was that this session or was that the one before? Because Nikolai said, I'm going to go find a house instead.
You checked in and then you wandered off.
Yeah.
Right, so instead of actually going and seeing the room, he just fucked off.
Yeah,
Kind of insulting the patron of the place.
Yep.
He just doesn't care.
There's business to be dealt with.
Yeah. The rest of us at least went up to the room. Cool room. Somebody ran into a little fairy. Seeds were traded.
Yeah, I actually posted the information regarding that seed on the Discord.
I read it, and it made me happy.
Yeah. The queen popped up. Well, actually knocked on the door. We answered the door, and a bunch of jesters come in.
There was only like 4 of them, maybe 5.
That
more
we
than
saw.
We were expecting. Real shadowy one. One blue one disappeared into water eventually.
After the food was delivered.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
Oh, let's not forget about the multi-faced one.
Yeah, who had his back to the wall and had a face looking in all 3 directions. Yeah, the queen told us about submitting questions that we fucked up on.
You also got to go downstairs, get some food, see the band that was playing.
Yeah, lousy band that was playing.
The fact that they plugged a whisker to replace the...
Plucking whiskers is not okay.
Also, Tom, you discovered your room, which had all the beautiful scroll desk where you can make things and do your scroll work.
Yeah.
And from what I remember, you also have your own alchemy workstation too.
And then some other stuff happened that I do not fucking remember right now.
Scabbard.
We got to try some pie that was apparently sent back from another land
That's right.
by an individual that is simply known to us as the goodest of good boys. And it was an amazing pumpkin pie. Everybody loved it. Nikolai kind of went off to do his own thing while the family basically got settled in a little bit for the first day there. And he really did not care at all.
See the point? There was a house there. There was the very purpose that we went there.
What else? Feisty got pegged with a seed from an exploding apple.
Oh yeah, that's right, the apple thing.
And, it was mostly just the family trying to get settled into these rooms and discover things. And we learned a bit of history about the Obscura and using, what's it called? Seagate. I forgot his name. Seagate's journal, Scavard's father.
As well as the book that you had.
Yeah.
As well as the book written by Correct. Yes, we were cross-referencing things. And turns out a lot of that stuff was pretty accurate. As far as we know. Also found out there's a lot of secret hidden passages inside of Seagate's journal when some, was it ink or what? I think it was ink that was spilled onto it.
And you don't know if there will be other things to find hidden in there via other methods.
Yep.
Oh good, Scav's just gonna pour all sorts of liquids from everywhere he can find.
And let's see, thinks ahead of time and say, "Hey, brothers, this book is magical in some way."
Well, they were
No, I'm
present.
pretty sure he's just going to spill every bodily fluid that he has on. Let's see what this reveals.
Well, actually, Mongo
What is a
knows
magic
that
trick? I'm going to make this book disappear.
Mongo does know that the book is magical. He was there when he saw the ink go disappear into it.
Sure.
Okay, and that's about it that happened with Scav and Mongo. Cayenne was there too.
Cayenne probably had the most eventful session.
Mm-hmm.
Well, aside from deciding to visit the Druid Circle, meet this absolutely creepy daughter of an archdruid who was more like a witch than a druid. She gained a few inches in height, so that's a little disorienting and a very sore, bone-cracking experience. Probably quite literally while she was passed out asleep, thanks to said archdruid's daughter. Still a terrifying image to have in my own brain.
Yes.
But after all of that, and I made my way back, I went to my room. There was a fae there. They were trying to take a seed, and I convinced them of doing a trade instead by reaching into the pouch of seeds that I had. Turns out I had a very fiery seed come out, which made this fae very happy, and watched it bug splat into the window, and was heartbroken at that. But they were fine. They managed to fly out through the crack eventually. But that seed is going to keep them warm and happy for a very, very long time. After that, I got the bright idea to look for an apple to give to Mongo to make drinks with. Turns out that the apple that I tried is the most sour thing on this plane. I believe you said the effects lasted, 10 minutes?
I believe so.
It was like biting into a hybridized lemon and lime that's been doused in salt as well as malic acid. We're still trying to figure out a good name for said apple. A lot of people said Grumpy Granny Smith. I said something, the Spiteful Granny or something like that. But unfortunately, when we were trying to get the seeds out, they more so shot out, which ended up macing Feisty in the face.
Yeah, Feisty got nuked.
And that was after she helped me and showed me something she's capable of that no one else in the party knows, and won't know until Feisty herself is comfortable. But with Feisty's help, speaking to my lady, Cayenne was able to find out a bit of her family's history, and not everything is as what it seems at the moment.
The creepy version of your young self taking you for a trip.
Yeah. My 2-year-old self wanted me to take her hand, and she showed me basically the birth of me and Osling, and what names were said.
That's a big cherry on the top there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the Archdruids which preside over a continent, and then there's the Grand Archdruids which preside over a giant region of continents, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So you're on old Mama's Grand Druid's radar now.
Yup. That's gonna be fun.
Watch, she's the tree.
You were inside me, girl.
That was wrong on so many levels. No.
In hindsight, you're probably right. That was wrong.
Yeah, Yeah, there's something really creepy about saying magic words and injuring a woman.
So, in other words, leave any of those jokes. Leave them alone. Is what you're trying to say?
Tom,
What?
No.
you get a pass because it's April 1st.
No.
So, jumping in, more or less, where we left off, it's the next morning. Everybody's awake, new morning. It's a brisk 65 degrees during the morning.
Did I get any time to work on the house a little bit? The house.
A little house? Yeah, make a tinkering for me.
Okay. Come on, Dice. You're the ones I'm relying on today because you're the only ones on the table.
I think Cayenne is trying to get used to her new height because she was very clumsy.
You can reach things that are higher that you had to have help for.
22.
Yeah.
22?
Mhm.
You're searching around and you're just kind of sitting there and you're more so looking through like notes on how to improve your Rage Magica. And you hear a click and you look down and you don't realize exactly what you moved or how you moved it, but it was another step done and you're now like, how do I repeat that? And you can't remember how because you're too distracted by the book while you're just fidgeting with it in your hands.
You're deliberately doing this to me, aren't you?
You got another piece unlocked, but you're not aware of how or why or what it did.
Then I didn't get another piece unlocked because I can't repeat it.
It's unlocked, but you're just like, how? Can I repeat this process? No. Mongo, what are you doing first thing in the morning?
No, I got something I got to try to unlock as well. Might as well try that.
Go for it. You're going to play with your stick? Okay, first thing in the morning, he's playing with his stick.
The
I mean, it's kind of...
spell ball.
It's even worse. You're not supposed to mage ball yourself. That's how you go blind.
Shut the fuck up.
What are you doing, Scav?
Probably gonna brush Feisty.
It's a lot to brush.
It is. But, no.
Cayenne, you hear from the other room, a very concerned and, like, upset Feisty. It's kind of like brushing a horse that doesn't want to be brushed, kind of like obnoxious, annoyed sound.
Just leave me alone.
Am I close enough to where I'd be able to yell out the Scav? I don't think she's enjoying that.
Is your door probably open a little bit?
Yeah, my door's open because I would have been
Yeah.
going out to probably try to get either break this ordered or just fix something.
Okay. Yeah, you hear that from within Scav's room, and it's Feisty. She's trying to crawl away from you as you're doing that, and she's trying to fix the fur where you've brushed it.
Wait, come on. Feisty, please.
And as you're brushing, you hear a slight pull, and you can tell you took out a tuft of fur.
Oh, you have not. How did this happen? You know what? I don't think it's a good idea for me to do this. Let's see if there's actually a professional here in the city.
Feisty pushes open the door. She comes walking out, and you can see a tiny little bald spot.
Oh, jeez.
What?
Damn.
She was trying to get away, and she rolled a 1.
She rolled a 1?
Gee, I wonder who would know about cleaning a cat.
Baby, what happened?
And you're just sitting there, and you look at the brush, and you can see, like, the chunk there.
I imagine it's like a literal, like, a ball. I think she's might be lose. I don't know. Winter coat, shedding.
What do you roll, Tom?
I think we could get her to a professional groomer or something.
24.
24? You start messing with the bell, and you start looking at it and trying to figure out where your previous step was, and it rattles in your hand.
The fuck is it rattling? It doesn't rattle.
Well, you know, like jingles a little bit.
And that's the right word for building.
Hey, fuck you, buddy. I'm an expert on bells.
Is this the same noise that it makes when there's another Munchkin Tabaxi around?
Yes.
I immediately look up and start looking around.
I don't know if it won't work.
I'm gonna be petting on Feisty.
Her fur's like partially standing on end and rough. And you can see the bald spot. There's like little pricks of like blood from where the fur was pulled out from the brushing.
Jeez.
Dude,
You yanked a patch of fur out of the poor.
Apparently, I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna try. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna put this patch of fur back there. I'm gonna use restoration.
You try to do that, and you stop the bleeding, but the fur just kind of away.
Oh, Feisty. I'm so sorry, girl. This is a very shitty brush.
You're looking at the
blame the
brush.
fucking brush.
You're looking at the brush in his hand, and it's more kind of like one of. It's similar to the kind of Nikolai uses to basically get grease and grime off of machine oil, pieces of machinery.
God, I feel like I need to punch you on her behalf.
Why did you use a scrubber on her?
It was the only brush available.
It's the only brush available that actually works for something of her size. I don't have anything that
Again, they're with the thing.
I don't have anything that would work. Like, she's huge. I'm sorry, Feisty.
I'm gonna go through my things and I'm gonna see if I can make a brush, because I can just pull out my own tail hair that's loose. Because horsehair.
That's true, huh? That's so weird.
Yeah.
So
I can do that with my tail hair, but I can't do that with the hair on my head because that's more like.
So you're gonna
hair.
go looking for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're holding the bell. You leave your room, I'm assuming, to go follow it, and you walk through, and you see, you walk in the middle of this, of like the tail end of this conversation about Scabbard using an actual like machine brush on Feisty to brush her, and then you look over and you connect the dots, and you see like the little bald spot on Feisty, and then you connect the dots to Cayenne, that's trying to alleviate the situation as a druid.
I look right at Feisty. In cat. I promise I will try to find you a respectable fucking brush. So this shit does not happen again.
Feisty, it's like, it hurts so bad, he didn't understand it. It was like,
I know. He pulled out one of my whiskers once. No, I haven't forgiven you for that either.
Oh, it's okay for you to not forgive him for pulling out a whisker, but it's not okay for Nikolai to not forgive you trying to eat him.
so Feisty's gonna do something.
I'm a cat. We're judgmental, fucker.
Let's see, what is Feisty doing? Oh boy. Ain't no chance in hell you're gonna see that. So, you see Feisty's, and she's moving her little tendrils, right? And suddenly, you feel a sudden sharp pain, Scabbard, as one of your scales is yanked clean from your body.
Ooh. Oh, fuck.
Look over. Where is it from?
It's just floating through the air, and it goes out the window, and you see a Fae fly by and grab it and fly off.
I have to ask for. Just to figure out how the scale was taken out, did it take some of the hide with it?
No, just like it just took out like the little like meat that it was attached to.
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah,
eating.
yeah.
Oh, fuck, that would hurt.
Well, we're twins now, Feisty. Give her a pat. That's okay. I deserve it.
You don't know she did it.
Oh.
You have no idea that she did it.
That little fucking fairy took one of my scales.
Fair.
Did anybody else see that?
Maybe they'll be in tune with it.
Hey, I
it?
guess
Two
karma
skimmers.
works in mysterious ways.
I suppose. I guess we kind of match now, Feisty.
And the scale that was taken was probably from a very painful place, also known as your shin.
Ow.
Okay, restoration. That's all my level 2 slots gone.
The bell jingles ever so slightly again.
Yeah,
But,
I'm gonna try to track it down.
but,
Alright. Mungo wanders out of the room and the door closes gently behind him as he wanders off.
Oh, okay. Bye, Mongo.
Do you let people know where you're going, or you just wander off?
Yeah, as I'm heading towards the door, because I figured they're probably not in here. We'd probably notice.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute,
Okay.
and then
Be careful.
out the door and try to go one direction, see if the jingling gets stronger, go the other one, try to figure out which way.
Triangulate.
Yeah, you try to triangulate, and it's going downstairs to the main foyer area.
Not a shock, that.
Yeah, so you head down there to look around.
okay.
You head downstairs. Do an investigation for me.
I'm gonna harness divine power and gain one of my level 2 slots back.
Is that a good use of that?
It is, because I don't see why I would have to use Turn the Unholy in a city like this.
Is it really a good use to abuse your holy powers to restore a slot when it will just come back naturally because you're not in a constant state of... Oh yeah, you still have to share with poor you about the contract he accepted.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got a contract.
Yeah.
Cayenne doesn't even know about that yet.
Do I even...
Nikolai will spend a little bit of time after waking up because he knows that he figured out some of the puzzle. Try to figure out what
You know, yeah, no, I don't need to use it. I don't
before
really
leaving to
have
check on the house.
I don't really have a
10.
use for any of
10?
the spell slots today, anyways.
You head downstairs, you see a few travelers there. Before you figure out what you're trying to look for, you pause for a moment. You see this giant, hulking tabaxi that is literally just like muscle upon muscle and wearing very little armor. And they just have like this massive like axe across their shoulders, just rusting there. And they're just like... So, they're at least probably a good 10 to 12 feet tall as far as a tabaxi goes, maybe pushing 13.
Jesus.
Fuck, is that a Baxter or a Leonin?
And yeah, they just have this massive thing, and they just have like these massive biceps that could crush you easily. And
That's a scary pussycat.
and they're at the food place, the bar, and the barkeep comes over, sits down a glass of like what you can tell is actually milk, and they pick it up. They sit there like massive weapon down leaning against the table, and they pick it up. Very adorably, just start lapping at the milk.
Instinct is such a fickle thing.
And you're like,
I like them.
and then you pause for a moment. You see on the chair next to him is what appears to be a Munchkin tabaxi, but you see him move. They have the features of a Munchkin tabaxi. They're kind of a chocolate brown kind of color, but they're longer. And
Like stretched out.
yeah,
So short legs and short arms, and shorter than a tabaxi, just longer
my God.
torso.
Yeah,
Hey,
It's a Munchkin tabaxi.
yeah. Do you go talk to him?
Sure.
Okay. They're just ordering something, and you walk over, and they're like, "I want the biggest fishes that you has for me's, and the smallest for them's." And you wander over, and go ahead.
No, go to the bar right next to him and say, you know what, fish does sound good.
And they look.
I'll
Over,
have one too.
they look over at you, and they have these like vibrantly, beautifully, like almost teal kind of eyes, and they look over, and they're like, "Have you ever had fermented fish?"
I don't think Mongo ever has fermented fish.
And they pause for a moment, and they're looking at you, and they kind of look you up and down, investigating you, and they reach over and see what they roll. Oh my god, apparently that's the night for that. And suddenly you just feel your hands empty and they're holding your spell book and your bell. Just, you're like, seeing out, like, your brain is perceiving an outline there of where it was at, and then you look over and it's in their hands. And they're like, where'd you get this?
That is something actually very important to me.
Where's did you get it?
I got it from just before I left home. It's extremely important to me.
Do you know whose it is?
Mine.
Mine?
They just narrow their glance at you, and they start examining it, and you see them solve a couple of pieces of it, and they just undo that and put it back.
Because I've got 3 of them unlocked so far. Of I don't know how fucking many. I'm sorry. Could you show me how you just did that real quick?
You tell me the truth, and I'll actually show you one of them.
It was more or less given to me by my mother, for lack of a better term.
Okay. And where did they get it from?
They never told me that part.
And they're just looking at it, and the big tabaxi just kind of puts their elbow on the table and leans over, and you can hear the table creak a little bit from the sheer amount of mass.
Yeah, no shit.
And they just have like their little cup like this and their little pinky finger out as they're drinking the milk.
I love this paradigm.
And they roll it back into your hands, showing you how to do the first 5 steps.
Gonna make a note on that part.
And they're like, if I didn't know any better, that was my mother's.
I'm sorry, what?
That puzzles, well, books, magical heirloom. Oh,
Your mother's.
yes, all of us are coming back to town so we can go to Orith and pay our respect because she's not long for the world anymore.
I'm very sorry to hear that. Who is she? If you don't mind me asking, of course.
Well, everybody that visits this continent usually visits her pub. Her name's Irate Bellchaser. I'm Fuzzy Navel. Fuzzy is what I prefer. Everyone's dying.
Funny you should say that name. I believe there's a drink named after you. Or are you named after the drink?
Ironically, yes, I am named after the drink. I think I killed Cayenne.
Irate Bellchaser, that's a name I've heard in a while.
Who had a kid named Fuzzy Navel.
Yeah, Tom's dead.
Just trying to... Where is your mother's pub? If this was hers at some point in time,
It's in Orith.
What's the name of it? I might actually wind up be traveling there in a few days.
Let me grab you as the name because you don't care.
You saying what that tabaxi's name was now gives me plenty of ideas if I ever made a tabaxi.
Grab that name for you.
So much lingo I could go through, and so many sayings I could go through, especially with southern slang.
Yeah, no, that's basically it. Is you just come up with random shit.
It's Silken Paw Inn. Tom's having emotional feelings over there right now.
Kind of feel like I should have fucking remembered that.
But if you want to actually meet her, you better get moving because, like I said, we're all coming back to town because we received notice that she's not really going to be around much longer. We want to pay our respects to her before she goes.
I appreciate it very much.
Take care of that for her.
This is something that does actually mean quite a lot to me, so. Basically protecting it with my life.
Good. I'm sure Tim would not mind sorting you out if you fail.
Tim?
Yes.
Finally, fucking spell.
What?
Finally, name fucking spell. Tim here also?
No, friend.
Oh.
We're a troop. The others are not currently present. We travel around to various continents. We refer to ourselves as the Pussy Wagon.
I have a question. Is Tim actually his full name?
We're a group of bards.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I may have actually heard of you. Did you guys do the song Wiggle Your Big Toe?
We're going for broke tonight.
Terrible.
What other joke do you make when a troop name like that?
Yeah.
Fucking love that movie. I don't even know what to fucking write down at that point.
I love that movie. Just write that down. There you go.
How much can I break Tom in 30 seconds? A lot.
It's like, I'm trying to fucking keep up, and it just ain't happening. I'll at least offer to pay for the fish as well.
They motion no, and they pay for everything. They give you some alcoholic milk.
That sounds terrible.
It's like drinking almost like a sweet type of milk, but God, is it alcoholic? You just take like a tiny little shot of it to taste what it's like. It's in a bottle, and it's got a cat skull on it, like an animated cat skull with 3 X's across it.
Oh my god.
So is it fermented
Reminds me
or
of
is it
Chateau Romano.
alcohol that has had cream added to it?
It's an alcoholic milk.
It's a fermented milk. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it should be kind of clumpy and nasty.
It's not. It's super creamy and rich, and somehow still kind of cool to the tongue. It's like drinking pure, like, sweetened condensed cream milk.
I'm gonna have to note that part later, because that's gonna take a minute. This is amazing. Where did you get this?
Oh, it's actually one of my mom's recipes.
Oh.
She used to do a seasonal one that she would send out to friends and family that was infused with mint and catnip.
Oh my god, that sounds delightful. I've been trying my
She
hand at...
referred that one to as Mojo Your Mojito. Tom can't keep up. He's drowning.
I've been trying my hand at making a few drinks as well. I have a feeling I could learn quite a lot from your mother.
Every patient apparently has a secret bar recipe. And another, like, munchkin comes in, and they're very similar, but this one is, like, more of a actual forest cat style. very much in almost like a longer version of Irate Bellchaser. And she comes over and she's like, Navel. And they turn over around. Shaker. And they both hug and they start talking to each other and about things and getting a little sidetracked talking about, how good it is to see each other after not seeing each other for a while.
Yeah, after a while, I'll probably let the family catch up with each other and not try to intrude.
Yeah. And you see one of the other members of the troupe. He's currently on stage and he's telling really terrible jokes. Like
Tom's favorite comic.
Like he's a bard, a munchkin, or he's not a munchkin. He's a normal tabaxi, and he's just talking about like, hey, have you ever heard about the fish that has no bones? It didn't really flop.
Oh boy.
So back to the room with you guys, as you probably enjoy the really bad jokes.
Will my cayenne tail brush work, Cayenne?
What we can do is try.
I know technically it is kind of horsehair, but, like, would it work? Like, is it a different type of hair from actual horses?
No, a centaur's tail would be the same as a horse's tail, because literally the entire lower half of a centaur is a horse, just missing the head.
Well,
And neck.
let's try it then. Feisty, you trust me?
You see Feisty just kind of like, you see her pondering something and thinking about something, and probably what she's thinking about is, what's a reverse centaur look like?
Ugh.
A horse-headed minotaur?
It's just a naked man running around with a horse head.
Ugh. No.
Oh.
Horse head and horse arms.
No. Why?
That'd be one heck of a punch, though. That would hurt.
Talk about getting hooved.
And see if she lets us brush her over and...
You go to brush her, she moves away, she gets closer to Cayenne.
Uh-oh. Feisty.
Let's not use that brush anymore.
No, it was the one that you made. Unless you didn't make it yet.
I haven't made it yet. I
Oh.
would need to find wood to be able to put holes in to be able to secure the hair.
Well, I may be
Man,
able
it's
to
going to
help
be a
with
while.
that.
It wouldn't be just a quick 5-minute process. You actually have to drill holes in the wood and find a way to keep the hair secure in there so it don't come out.
True.
I get the right spell, I'm done in 5 seconds.
Yeah, true. Fabricate.
You doing okay over there, Tom?
Yeah.
All right.
Eventually I'm gonna head out and try to find a proper brush for Feisty.
Okay.
Well,
Because I don't
What are you
have,
up
like,
to?
literally any spells that would make it easy to do this. It would
I
literally
was
be by
going to
hand.
spend a little bit of the time trying to figure
Yeah.
out how I figured out that last move on the house puzzle. Just a little bit of time. And then I'll pull my card for the day.
well, how about we go get Feisty
You
some
pull a card for
breakfast,
the day?
Yeah.
and then
Oh,
we
do I
can
get
try
another
to
roll in
find
the
her
house?
a groomer in the city. What do you
Yeah.
think, Cayenne?
Okay.
Well, I don't think you necessarily need a groomer for you. You need a good brush. One
That
that's
would only be
specifically
a
made
14.
to brush animals and
What was that?
and not
14.
machinery.
True.
You don't make any more progress.
Yeah. Put it back in my box
Yeah.
or
it's
my
not a bad
bag.
idea.
Pull out the box of cards and pull out the cards and see what you get.
Okay, you do your one draw for the day.
By the way, what do you think about our quest to hunt a duck? Where do we even begin for that?
Was it a duck or a
A
goose?
goose. What's the difference? This is Scav.
Totally different animals. One goes quack and the other honks.
Well, then it should be easier to
You
find.
see the car do its thing, and it goes back in, and you look at what's there in front of you, and you're just kind of you have so many questions at this point.
God, what did you give me?
You do an investigation for me.
Okay. You're gonna regret this.
Diane's gonna get her basically her animal book, her druid book,
17.
and show him the difference between a goose and a duck.
All right. You get closer, you look at it, you sniff it a little bit, and you manage to pry a piece free, and you take a nibble of it, and you're like... And you realize it's like if you took a bunch of, cooked chickens, and you pulled off all the meat, except for the parts that you don't want to eat, and then you basically hydraulic press them into a square.
So I have a brick of chicken.
Yeah, that's been cooked.
A brick of chicken meat.
Yeah,
Strange wall chicken. There you go.
it's like this cube is about 15 by 15
Feet?
Inches, right?
inches.
Okay, good.
15 by 15 inches is still pretty big, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What kind
it's
of
like-
weird ass KFC table are you fucking rolling on?
What the fuck? This is a weird ass box of
And
cards.
as you guys are in the other room,
You smell cooked chicken.
you smell suddenly like Spicy perks up and she's like, and you instantly you know that mumbling sound of hers, and it's like barbecue, and you smell the air and you can smell like cooked chicken all of a sudden,
Where is it, girl?
and you walk into the room and you smell cooked chicken.
You smell that too.
Hey, Ace, can you pick this up? Is it more than 10 pounds? 15 by 15? Probably.
He goes and he picks it up.
Well,
Oh, even cheddar is
if it's 10 pounds or less, I would just use Mage Hand.
It's probably heavier because it's literally dense.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
What
So-
is it, like fucking 15 chickens packed into a cube?
Well, you heard what I said. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like, thank you, Ace. Can't we just bring this into the room or maybe give it to Feisty? That's kind of a weird thing.
Face comes walking in with Nikolai, and you see him holding this
Big ass
square.
brick of chicken.
And you can see like the rough shapes of like a chunk of like skin. You can see a chunk of meat. You can see like it's like this cube of seasoned chicken that's been compressed together.
Oh god, it's chicken spam.
What in the name of all that is holy is that?
I think this is a spawn of unholy, my friend.
It tastes good,
That does
but it's
not
weird.
look natural.
And
That's
sets it on the
so-
table, and the table just like a small schlock.
Oh,
I poke
It
with a
came
claw.
out of my junk drawer
You
box.
poke it, your claw sinks in a little bit because it's
yeah,
tender.
I ain't
Oh.
touching that.
It tastes fine. It's just weird.
The chicken is moist to the touch because it's juicy.
Oh, I don't like that. Get it off me.
It actually tastes good, Scav.
You can eat it. I ain't touching
And
it.
That's too
the
much for
smell
me.
starts to permeate the room as like fresh fried chicken.
God, I'm not there.
I'm gonna lick the chicken juice off. Like, just. out
Oh,
of
it's
curiosity.
delicious. It's absolutely delicious.
I'll
Nikolai?
cut a little piece out. Alright, I'm going to see what's going on with the house.
Well, there's a phrase I never thought I'd hear any of us say at the fucking table. I'm gonna lick the chicken juice.
Take my dagger out, cut a little piece of it off, enough for my breakfast. I'm going to go to the house, see what's going on. That was
Feisty,
weird.
You want some chicken, girl? I think you can have this one.
Feisty goes over and cuts off a chunk of it, takes a nibble, and she's like, you see her and she goes, translation, it's actually really good, and it's juicy and warm.
Even cheddar's face on this.
And
Yeah, Mongo's not there, so.
Yeah.
he just walked in.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
After
Oh, that's right,
I
you're
tried-
not there
I
for
went to
this.
go find
Okay,
a
yeah.
feisty brush.
Oh, yeah.
Feisty offers you a piece of the chicken.
I'm holding my breath while I eat it.
You bite it, and it tastes like some of the best fried chicken strips you've ever had, ironically enough. There's a little bit of crunch in there, too. oddly enough, but it's like juicy and like really flavored clear through. It's just
A cube of chicken.
a cube of chicken.
Take a bunch of chicken, put it in a cube. Here you go. Here's a cube of chicken.
That is the most disgusting way of getting chicken ever.
No, I think the I think
It's
the,
out
not a
of 10
challenge.
never
It's not a
again.
challenge.
I think
If
the most
it's
disgusting
offered,
is if the
I'll
bird's
pay.
baby birded it back to you.
Nope.
And I'm fucking done.
I think I would much rather
take your
see the
Reese's
chicken,
Candy.
break its
You'll get
neck,
back to it.
pluck it, kill it myself.
Oh,
I don't do cube nonsense.
what even? My.
What?
It's definitely one of the most bizarre you've done so far.
Keep up with me.
Is
Come on.
It's really
Is it?
high up there.
So Nikolai's heading off to the house.
Again? Alright. Bye, I guess.
You can definitely come with if you want, but
Instead of working on questions that could have been, left for the queen at the desk, that was
Yeah.
explained last
he hasn't
session.
gotten to the desk yet.
Because you're so busy. Come on,
He just woke up.
Oi! Cayenne, you're gonna work on that brush, right?
Yeah. Gonna try to find some wood that she could use and attempt the best that she can. Just like basically one of the old horse brushes that's just like a flat piece of wood and then all the bristles to where you can actually hold it on the sides and control it better than with a handle.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Feisty, you feel like going on a hunt?
Where's home?
Well, we have to go and look for a goose. Can you please tell me what you're saying? I don't understand you, Feisty.
Roll a nature, Cayenne.
I really gotta learn how to speak with you properly.
Is a 14.
You get the gist of what she's saying, that we should wait and get the group together to go hunt down the goose.
We should probably wait for the goose since it might be smarter for the group to be here.
Yeah, it would be, but yeah.
Because although my book shows what a goose looks like, we don't know what kind of goose this is.
That is true. Last thing we need is some sort of Goosezilla thing. Like just a giant, massive goose. That'd be terrifying.
Yes.
Uh,
The Hydro Goose.
uh,
Let's do it.
You wander around a little bit to look for a brush, and eventually you end up in front of a shop called Odrin's Shop.
That name is familiar.
Let's check it out.
Alright, you head inside, the bell dings as you go in. And-
I see the biggest smile on his face.
And
What could go wrong?
you just smell like, musty books, old potions that might be off.
You found it first.
And you wander in, and a gnome comes over to you, and they're like, wipe your feet. This is my father's shop.
I back up, prestidigitate my feet, and start at the feet, and then
No, actually, wipe your feet properly
wipe the feet.
10 times each paw. And do the hokey pokey.
I'm sorry, what?
Do the hokey pokey.
Hopefully this all turns around. Try to do the hokey pokey.
Performance.
Do you even know what that is?
You kind of try to make something up, and they're like, "Oh, good, you're a bard." Welcome to Odrin's shop. Again, it was my father's shop. And you see this old gnome off, behind the thing, and they're just staring at the wall, and they're like, and they eventually just raise a cane very shakily. They look way ancient, beyond old. And they're like, "Yeah, stop shoplifting. I see you there." And they're staring at the wall. And their
He's gone
glasses
insane.
are their glasses are about as thick as this is tall.
Damn.
Jesus.
Okay, so we're talking Farnsworth specs.
Father, you're staring at the wall again. Oh, well, maybe he's trying to steal something. Welcome to our wonderful shop. We sell discounted and second-hand magical items here. Sometimes unstable, some a little bit unhinged. Questionable. If that's why they're marked down. Feel free to look around and be careful. If you touch it, you buy it.
Oh,
If you touch it.
that's fair.
The coin will automatically be deducted from your bank account if you touch it.
Damn.
Okay. Make sure Noodle's right by me. Just in case.
Investigation.
Yeah. $12.
You start looking around and you're like seeing there's shelves. Some of them are stacked up with like old papers that are long worn and old. There's some old books. You see one that's about ready to just turn to dust because it's been sitting there so long on the shelf. These shelves are like tall, almost. If a stone giant was in here, they'd barely be able to look over the top of them.
Oh shit!
And you can see that there's an upstairs too, but there's now a one of the velvet VIP things in front of it that says under demonstration and construction. And then you see on the very bottom there's another sign hanging for or deconstruction. And then you see another sign hanging below that that's almost touching the actual wooden floor that says possibly.
Staying out of there.
And you start wandering around and you see like this big shelf that says discounted drastically. Very unstable. And you see this jar that's sitting there on the shelf, and all the eyes turn towards you. And all you hear is faint screaming in your head as they're staring at you.
That sounds terrible and awesome at the same time.
And then you hear, come back, come back, come back. Eat us. We're pleasurable. We pop in your mouth. We will tell you secrets.
God, even Cheddar's stirred by.
Ooh.
Oh, I think I've had my fill of ice cream.
And you hear, secrets of the deep.
I don't need to know what he did with an octopus anymore.
And you're looking along the shelf. You see a potion where it's been sitting there so long on the shelf. There's a nice layer of dust on it, and all the ingredients of the potion have separated into layers.
Do I know what that potion was?
And you look at it a bit closer, and up to the top part where the spigot is pushed in, you can see it's starting to bulge out a little bit, and it's been bound shut, and you can see cord that's been enchanted that's now holding it shut because it's now pressurized for some reason.
Oh, that sounds very bad.
And you start looking around the shelf, and on the very bottom you see this, it's a square type of bottle, and it's got two spigots on it for some reason, and inside you see this weird greenish black fluid floating in there, and you can see almost what looks to be a finger of some sort, maybe a toe or something else. And you look at there's a crudely drawn lab label on it. It says Vision of a Witch.
Envision?
Vision of a Witch.
Vision of a witch.
Dude, I don't think you want that potion if it's been sitting that long.
This is something else, bud. We've moved on.
And you might want to make a mental note of the random items that you're getting here, or to look at here. And you see this pair of scissors that are very old and rusty, and the blade part of it's all chipped and cracked and nipped, and there's dried blood along the actual scissors. And you're seeing there's little thorns in the actual hand part, so the person using them will be injured as well.
I think I remember those.
Yeah, they sound familiar.
And yeah. And you see another one that looks very terrifying to you. It's on the very bottom shelf, and you can see it's under some pieces of paper. And you're like, I can't look at it up close. But you see a very faint note on it that's written in Tabaxi that says Plate of Starvation.
What the?
Huh?
Why?
I'm sorry, what the hell is a plate of starvation? I'm not trying to buy it, I'm just trying to wonder what it is.
The gnome comes over. Oh, that peculiar thing. According to the seller, we can't seem to offload it to anyone. No offense taken to you. But according to that is, whoever you present the plate to, they will always see food upon the plate and try to eat it. And will get lost in the thought of trying to eat the food and forever sit there trying to eat food off the plate that is not there.
That's some evil face shit.
That's something Cayenne approves of.
Oh!
Damn.
Under very specific circumstances, I could see that actually coming in kind of handy. I'm just not sure if that would actually work out.
Do another investigation for me while you're standing there.
Typically, deliberately, intentionally giving someone a cursed item is an evil act.
Actually, if you're a fae, you might do it just for like shits and giggles and then break the enchantment.
It also depends on who you're giving the item
Yeah.
to.
I'm also a cat.
So, okay, evil acts are second nature.
Do you forget the families we came from?
The concept of good and evil is very much just constructs based on the individual you're looking at.
14.
14. As you're contemplating this plate that's there under the sheets, you see in one of the display cases, there's a lot of dust in this display case, and even on the top. And the windows are musty from, you know how when things get old, there's a buildup of dust on the inside? You see a few wands in there. A few of them are broken. They've just broken over time from not use or being mended or taken care of. But you see one there that catches your peculiar interest. It almost looks like a candy cane. And it comes to a point. And it comes down this way, and it almost looks like the very end, it looks like a hoof a little bit. And the actual handle part of it, it's swirled around, and you look a little bit closer. You mistake it for like leather at first. You're like, maybe that's chocolate?
What is... That is very hard to tell. What is that?
Oh, that's the swizzle.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah,
I
don't
do say. But it's a wand created by well, of course, a wizard from the local wizard school. For the, essentially, you once a month you can actually create a banquet made of candies and chocolate with it.
Oh boy.
Why do I have a feeling these two know what this is?
They don't
I
actually.
don't have any idea what this is.
They're just as perplexed as you are, bud. Enjoy the ride.
I'm just giggling because of the name of
The
it.
name, yes, that's what I'm
Swizzle.
laughing at.
The reason why it's here and it's discounted is there's a chance that everything at that particular casting could be sour or salty.
So sour or salty or regular, normal, everyday chocolates and candy.
Salty chocolate can be good.
Yeah, chocolate salted caramel. They're pretty fucking amazing.
Uh,
Unless we're
kind-
talking
vanilla.
about it's just pure salt.
Yeah. Or just too much. They just too much salt in the recipe.
Yeah. giving off any bad vibes? Not that I can tell. Alright. Just out of curiosity, how much are you asking for that?
They go over and they check it. Let me roll. I don't actually have a price set for this, so you might get really fucking lucky or unlucky.
Well, I haven't touched it, so I haven't bought it yet.
30 gold pieces. And Cayenne, you're heading out to look for wood, right? Alright, you head out and downstairs, outside, and do an investigation for me. You do walk past the enormously large tabaxi.
My investigation is a 6.
A 6.
Yep.
Actually, that's about on brand for you being distracted.
Yep.
Are you gonna buy it?
Fuck it, why not?
Alright, add it to your notes.
I don't have 30 gold, but I do have 3 platinum.
Fair enough. And you hear the grandpa, "Oh, fair enough, stop stealing from my store." Grandpa, it's a Munchkin Tabaxi, they're usually honest. Except for that one. He was naked.
I am rarely naked in public.
No, furless, sir.
I'm rarely furless.
One time.
He was furless and all he wore was a fig leaf. And he had a pot on his head. And he liked to roll around a lot. I'm not sure what was wrong with him.
What the fuck?
Poor Manny's over like, what the fuck?
Why do I feel like that's a reference to something?
Maybe? If it's who I think it is?
Is there anything else you
really
can pick up?
obscure if it is.
Dude, some of my references are so fucking obscure.
No, I was actually looking for something else.
And
But-
that is...
I don't believe you have it, but I was wondering if maybe you do know somebody in town who might.
What is that?
Just a brush. For a rather large cat.
Goes over and opens up this chest, and the chest has these teeth, and you see all these strands of drool from it. And they start looking, they move something aside, and you hear as his tongue is flopped out, and then they start looking around, and they climb inside the chest, and chest closes. You hear a belch, and
Ass fucking mimic. That's old.
and you hear a side door open in the Munchkin Tabaxi, or not the Tabaxi. The gnome comes walking back out and just kind of shoving off some drool, and walks over, and they have like a few things in their arm, and you can see there are an assortment of different kinds of brushes.
Cool. They have some random brushes.
Oh shit.
Aggressive self-brushing brush, brushing with fire, brushing to death, happishly bubble brushing.
Bubble brushing?
Yes, it generates soft, soothing bubbles that apply lotion to the skin as it brushes.
But I can imagine they're going to be a bubble fuzzball. Like, just bubbles all over. For at least a little bit.
And our weirdest one, and it's like this brush on a stick, and it comes up to the top, and there's bristles going in every direction. This one seeks out horses to brush them, and it will point you in the direction of the nearest horse.
That it could actually be useful to an adventurer. It can be really useful to an adventurer. I need a horse. There's got to be one someplace out here.
That motherfucker's riding a horse. We gotta find him.
You
That
have
way.
haste. You are not allowed a horse. There's one too many horses in this party. So
I'm just saying, for an adventure, that would be really useful, actually.
you've got haste. You don't need a horse. Cayenne is putting her all 4 hooves down.
So did she just like hop and stomp her feet down?
No.
She stomps each one individually.
No for each stomp, huh?
That's how you get to
No,
tap
no,
hoofy.
no.
That was 5.
He's very mad.
So, as you're getting the rundown on these brushes. Cayenne, you head outside and you see this
Bubble brush.
this
Bubble brush.
very gaunt-looking person
Worst case scenario, she's walking around.
walking through the
Full of
street,
bubbles,
and
full of-
they have a hat on, and they pause for a moment and they look around and they're checking out the weather, and they have a red coat on, and of like a frilly undershirt underneath it, and there's a few guards that are accompanying them from the town itself, and they're like, everybody stop, and you see a bunch of people like pausing for a moment, looking over. The Queen has declared I must lick each stone within the city to declare her presence. And they get down on all fours and they lick the first stone they go through, and they go to the next one, and the guards look at you.
The fuck? Oh my god.
Don't say anything over there.
I know what you're doing here. Yes.
And you see this going on, and the guards look just as confused. Even with their armor on and their appearance hidden from you, they look as confused as you are. And the very citizens are like, and you hear someone next to you, and they're like, and you notice that there's guards next to you, and they're like, I'm from the Fey Court, and that is one of the weirdest things I've seen recently.
But why?
Do you really want an explanation?
Not really, no. Because I don't want whatever they're smoking.
Oh, it's not what they're smoking, it's who rules them. You see, that is a diplomat that is doing that currently. And you look over at this person, and it's this like beautiful elf. They have various crystals hanging from their ears, and their eyes themselves look like crystals, and they're very beautifully dressed. And it's very obviously that they're probably a diplomat from the actual Fey Court. If you would like details regarding the strange fellow that is currently licking every stone within the city, which they're going to be at for a while, I could give you an explanation if you would. No names. That is rude of me to ask.
Of course not. I wouldn't mind an explanation, because I've seen my fair share of odd things, but this is at the top for now.
They're from the Red Court, and in that sense, whatever the Queen decrees and changes at her whim, they must follow. The Queen has obviously decreed that her servants, mostly the nobles, must lick stones wherever they are to decree her presence. So that's what they must do.
Okay.
Madness.
Different?
I must be going. I have to go to the castle.
It was lovely meeting you. Have a wonderful day.
As you too, you will have a wonderful day, I foresee it. Diane's like, God damn, I wish people would stop giving me these weird insights.
Takes some getting used to. Miss Cayenne is not used to a bunch of different people. She's used to what was in their hometown.
So, are you heading out as well there, Scav?
I am actually. I'm gonna let Feisty rest for now.
And head out on your own?
Hmm?
Heading out on your own after letting Feisty rest?
Yep, I'm gonna go, and I think I'm actually gonna go and investigate the temple.
Alright. The temple, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Are you picking up anything else?
Do I think Feisty would like the bubble brush?
Would you like the bubble brush?
Well, I suppose Feisty and I can share.
It moisturizes the skin. It makes them smell pretty.
Put the lotion on the skin or get the hose again.
How much for the brush of bubbling?
Oh, the bubbler. 2 copper pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. You buy that, and as you're heading out, you see in like one of the display cases out of the corner of your eye, you pause for a moment as you head out the door. 3 seashells in a velvet case.
That's all right.
I already know.
Like,
I
why
don't know what
would
the 3 seashells are for.
like why would somebody like buy those used? That sounds just wrong.
And you don't know how to use the 3
That's
seashells.
true. We don't know how to use. Nobody knows how to use them.
I mean, what if they're like perpetually forever clean 3 seashells?
I don't.
Except for that one day when the magic fizzles out and you're just suddenly all the previous uses come back to haunt you. So you head outside, and as Kayan's heading off in her own direction, you see guards gather around, and you see them with this diplomat that's licking every single stone.
Look around, anyone that's nearby.
There's a few people paying mind, like,
What's going on over there?
this little girl stops by you. They're from one of the fake courts, and then she runs off.
What the hell's a fake word? I have so many questions.
Scav's brain just broke again.
All right.
You have
Priorities.
That on so that way you don't get concussions, right?
Priorities. I'm not answering that question. Priorities. Temple. I'm making my way to the temple, but I have that question in the back of my mind now. So.
Fuck's a fake word? What do the snozberries taste like?
Well, they taste like schnozberries.
Well, you now have that wand. You also have that. Make notes of both of those. Because I will have to get you cards for both those. So you're just going off and shopping for a brush? Or wood?
Basically, just wanting to find a decent piece of wood that would make a decent brush out of. Doesn't have to be like the most expensive or fancy wood, just simple and useful.
You're wandering around a little bit, and you've more than likely probably just wander into a shop to see if they have any, like, wood basically available, I'm guessing. Or you,
Yeah.
Okay. And,
Yeah.
You wander into a shop, and, you hear a familiar voice, and it's like, Lady Cayenne?
I will turn to the direction of the voice.
And you look over and you realize you're standing in Corin's shop. And she's like, it's kind of odd that you end up in here so far from home. But it's nonetheless a pleasant surprise.
It's a very pleasant surprise to see you, Lady Corin.
What brings you into my shop? Obviously you wandered in here for something.
I was actually just trying to find a decent piece of wood that I could fashion into a brush for our companion Feisty. Because Scav used a machine brush on her and ripped out a tuft of fur.
She just looks, she froze her brow ever so slightly. She's like, how cruel and rude that is.
My sentiments exactly. I just want to make a nice brush for her using literally my own tail hair.
Well, that's generous of you. She produces something. It's like this almost like this 1-inch vial, and there's like this glowing liquid inside, and she holds it out to you between two of her claws.
I'll graciously take it from her
take it from
and
her
inspect
and
Give that to Feisty. It should undo any of the damages caused by your savage of a brother.
Damn.
thank you, Lady Corin.
thank you, Lady Corin.
Also, tell him Kippa says hi.
Of course, I definitely will.
Of course, I definitely will.
I definitely miss that special little lady.
Definitely miss that special little lady.
She's doing quite well. She stops in and looks for books. We always have a backstop for her.
I did tell her that in our adventures, if I see any nice druidic books or anything regarding nature that tells awesome stories, I'm definitely going to be grabbing those for her.
Definitely going to be grabbing those for her.
She just raises the finger up very gently. She's like, one moment. And she looks around behind her table and she pulls up a book and she sets it down. And it's got like this red leather cover to it with these really rich looking bindings to it. You can see the corners are very well protected. And she slides the book over to you very gently. She's like, this book, you might enjoy reading yourself before you present it to her. It was written by a sentient bear that traveled the lands, documenting its travels and becoming a druid.
That is so cool.
That is so
I
cool.
love that.
I love that.
It is said that this wonderful bear druid gathered a large group of companions, simply referred to as the herd.
Was the group made of entirely sentient animals?
Entirely sentient animals.
She just kind of shrugs her like, nobody knows. It was before a lot of people's times.
Oh wow,
Oh wow,
that's a very long time.
that's a very long time.
History's lost in each cataclysm, so we try to keep track as best as we can of previous events.
I will definitely enjoy this read for sure.
Definitely enjoy this read for sure.
Hey, Feisty might actually enjoy this story as well.
might actually enjoy this story as well.
She does like bedtime stories.
She does
Found
like
out.
bedtime stories. Found
That
out.
she does.
I know a few
Oh.
things about Feisty.
I know a few things about
She
Feisty.
did reveal a huge chunk of my past, and I don't think there's a thing I can do for her to show her just how thankful I am for
Show
that.
her just how thankful I am for that.
Sometimes to be thankful and to show someone how much you care is to stay their ally through thick and thin, even if their life is falling apart.
I can always do that for
I
Feisty.
can always do that for Feisty.
Always. And I'm definitely going to be giving
And I'm definitely going to be
giving this file to her
giving this file to her
when I get back to the
when I
get back to the inn.
Get back to the inn.
Corin's sister comes out and she walks over to you and she takes your hand, turns it over, and puts a piece of wood in it.
I'm
And you look at the wood and it's this almost black wood with silvery veins through it. And you're realizing it's more or less kind of like a ironwood of some
Wow.
sort.
Wow.
this is really
This is-
pretty.
Really pretty.
Thank you.
I had it laying around and it's not going to any use, and you might make something beautiful out of it. So it's going to a good place.
I'm going to offer her a hug.
I'm going to offer her a hug.
She bows very graciously. I will not accept a hug. Simply just come by and tell me of your travels.
Of course.
And she heads off down one of the hallways, and you lose track of her almost instantly as the hall shifts a little bit, as it does in here.
Lady Corin,
Lady Corin,
Yes.
I had an idea of a way to bond with my brother Mongo, but I'm not sure if I know of any spells that I could try to teach him from my druid side that he would be able to use in our travels. Do you know of a spell I could possibly teach him?
She puts a hand on the table and she leans a bit over and then eventually onto her elbow. And it's very reminiscent of her husband a little bit, that curiosity look. And then it's almost like you're watching her look into you a little bit, and you can almost feel it deep down inside of you. It's very unnerving as she just breaks the looking into your eyes. To not, like, more or less violate your soul. She's like, I have an idea for you. Your entire family is very talented. Much like your parents. Why don't you create a new spell with them, based off of, your Thorn Whip? Here's an idea. She takes out, like, a little, bobbin of actual, like, ribbon, and she sets it on the table. She's like, this will be his material component for this ability that you are going to create with him. Why not adapt your Thorn Whip, but use this material as he would bind somebody with ribbon or cloth instead?
That's very clever. That's actually very clever. I think that actually would work very, very well.
Well, Thorn Whip can be used to bind, too. So it's essentially you make a bunch of ribbons to bind somebody and restrict
Remember
them.
how I was able to actually grab onto someone with my Thorn Whip and hold them in place?
Sorry, pop culture reference just popped in.
But you now have the ability to actually create a spell with your sister.
I saw, like, the Joker and Harley Quinn, like, throw something at somebody. I can't remember if it was a comic or if it was a movie or something. And now they're basically bound in, like, ribbon and shit.
Or it could even be turned into some kind of wire.
Yeah. I think you both succeed at making this happen.
This is actually exciting.
You can have the ribbon, it's free on the house.
Thank you, Lady Corrin.
And she bows very gently. The various things jingling on her.
I'll bow back to her.
And yeah, you're free to head out or wander around her store a little bit. You've acquired the book, the vial, and the wood, and the ribbon.
I'm definitely gonna head back to the inn because I want to make sure that I get this vial to Feisty.
Okay. You see Feisty's, it takes you a while to get back, but when you do eventually get back to the inn, Feisty is there, having a stare-off with this block of chicken, and she's taken a few nibbles out of it. and the few nibbles she's taken out of it has made the room smell more of, like, fried chicken. Like, there's a fried chicken contest going on at this point in this room. It's like getting off the plane in the South.
It's like going anywhere. What's the one smell that's going to permeate the air if you're near any restaurant?
Fried chicken.
Nothing but chicken.
So yeah, you're able to get to the house.
Okay.
Go inside.
Have they been able to get the front cleaned up and straightened up and fixed?
They've been working non-stop. The entire place is already cleaned up except for the areas you said not to.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Go in there and check the place out as it is cleaned and orderly.
Yeah.
And and just maybe definitely go there to do like an investigation on what would have been his parents' room. for sure. The kitchen, any workshops, do an investigation, and then I'll head out, get back with the family, and let them know that the house is cleaned up. It's ready for investigation.
All right, do 4 investigations. You're heading back to the inn. You head up to the temple. Okay.
Oh, and yes, dropped off the questions at the counter. I sent you those.
I got them already. So yeah, you eventually make your way up to the temple and head inside, and it's this starkly beautiful temple to Pelor. You're just like, holy shit. And you can see there's these little hallways off to each side between the various pillars that lead to smaller prayer areas for other deities, essentially. That even in Pelor's grace, other deities are welcome within this temple. And you see this massive statue in the center of this room to Pelor, and the entire ceiling of this area, this chapel essentially, is nothing but stained glass and mirrors to let the entire area bathe in light.
What do I know about the god Pelor?
You've already asked me that. You know basically what there is to know about Pelor.
So what would I know would be a decent offering for something at a temple like this?
Let me get that for you real quick.
Shaft of wheat. You said 4 investigations?
Yeah.
Let's see.
So, like, random dumbass question. How would Pelor see the gift of sunglasses?
What the fuck is it?
Well, I mean, if it's given by somebody who has, like, sunlight sensitivity,
Yeah.
it's like, this is something that helped me, now I can, like, be normal in your sun. Sunlight, I guess I should say that.
In your light.
You do. Well, I'm getting you that information. You get back to the room eventually, and you see Cayenne is there with Feisty. And you can. You walk in, you're instantly just whoosh by the smell of chicken. And you're realizing not only is like this like a condensed block of actual like chicken, it's a condensed block of its flavor and smell. They basically used a magical hydraulic press to just the very essence
Probably
of
a
like
week's worth of chicken in that block of chicken.
For you, it's probably like 6 months.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe 2 days for Feisty. Or a meal. Okay, clearly the chicken was ordered in a
Block?
brick.
This is courtesy of Nikolai. It's weird.
What the fuck did you make?
It looks absolutely disgusting and not natural and should not be a thing, but it's actually good. You just have to get past the fact that it looks like an absolute abomination.
and that it does.
Look, I trust you with my life, but this is a little hard to believe.
I'm just gonna grab a chunk off and eat it.
Yeah, and she pulls a chunk off, and you can see how juicy it is. There's actually juice starting to drip off the actual table onto the actual floor and the carpet because of how much is coming out of this thing the more it's taken apart. And you put it into yourself, and the chicken you had before from this block of abomination was amazing. This is even better.
Even Feisty has been eating on it.
I look at Feisty.
She just is all toothy, and you can see her face is just covered in oil from this.
This is a challenge for Feisty, apparently.
Oh, Feisty, I have something to give you.
Feisty, I have something to give you.
Feisty turns over.
That makes two of us.
Cayenne, Lady Corin,
Feisty sits there and she feigns a little bit. Gifts for me?
Lady Corin gave me a potion that will undo what happened earlier.
She just smiles all happy. She comes over and she puts her arms around you and her paws and is all hugging you, and you can just smell nothing but fried chicken on
I'll
her.
hug her back.
And she nuzzles you a little bit. You can feel the oil of the fried chicken being rubbed into your skin a little bit.
Care.
That's
I don't even
gross.
care. It's spicy.
Definitely going to be giving
Yeah.
her the potion for sure.
Gonna be giving her the potion for sure.
So yeah, it's just like wall-to-wall chicken smell. Anything to do with agriculture, or the sun, or summer, or of those things.
I'm gonna identify the brush first.
The bubble brush.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to be on the safe side. He did say discounted, possibly unstable.
All right.
Send your message.
Go ahead.
But yeah, first identify the brush, make sure it's safe.
Okay. Are you burning a spell slot, or are you gonna take the hour-long
I'm
time
gonna
to do it?
take time to do it.
Okay. And yeah, you're able to eat some of the actual chicken as well to enjoy it with Feisty. You're like, this is damn good chicken. Like, it kind of throws you for a loop because you get a piece of the chicken skin and it's like that nice, delicious crunchiness to it and full of flavor, and you're like, how?
Good. And
do have
but
that.
a part of me almost wants to identify the chicken too.
So you give the potion to Feisty, right?
Yes.
Okay. She drinks the potion. It's this tiny little vial, like about that big, and crack it open, and Feisty kicks it back and drinks it, and her fur goes poof, and the part that was missing just regenerates, and she's like a little fluff ball briefly. Then her fur just kind of settles back to being normal. Success.
Successes.
Well, that is an impressive little potion.
It was a gift from Lady Corin. I was looking for a store to try and find wood to make a brush for Feisty. Which I was given this really nice wood as well by Lady Corin's sister.
Oh,
And I didn't intend to end up in her shop, but I guess I've made it there somehow. But Lady Corin gave me this potion to give to Feisty to undo the damage Scav did.
But you're realizing that Lady Corin's shop is here as well.
We were told by Queen Roslyn that it was here.
Yeah,
the
when we
whole
first,
wall.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that's right. You were okay.
but
Never mind.
also, I believe Lady Corn's shop is anywhere.
But oh yeah, that's right. You kind of just show up when you're not looking.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
While you guys are going back and forth doing your thing, what are you doing, Scav?
Well, apparently axes are agriculture tools, so I'm gonna leave my silvered axe as an offering. So I know we're in Paylor's land, and I don't want to upset them, so do that. I'll leave it there as an
I'm
offering.
not going to piss off of the sun god.
And after that, I'm gonna go looking for a shrine to Bahamut here, if there is one.
Okay, investigation.
'Cause I don't remember if they said there was one here in the actual temple.
Go, by the way.
Huh?
Hey,
This was Cayenne talking to Mongo.
modified 20.
Where did
What was that?
Scav go, by the way?
I'm not entirely sure.
Feisty would actually know that.
Feisty would know that, but she's been face fucking a block of chicken.
My guess, he might possibly be trying to find the Hunters Guild. My only other thought, he might be at the temple, which I think that we should all visit at some point.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, actually.
You do find one off. Go ahead. In one of the side rooms, you head off, and there is a small room there to Bahamut and a few other deities of the same pantheon, essentially. It's a shared room for about 4 deities.
Take out some incense in my light of laughter and try and commune with the great Platinum Imperium himself.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wandered off downstairs because, well, basically the bell let me know that there's another Munchkin taxi running about.
Well, that's cool. I know that's very important to you.
Yeah, funny story. It may have belonged to her mother.
Remind me one more time who their mother was, because I don't think you told me.
I'm not sure if I ever.
I don't. This player does not remember you telling her at all.
I think so.
You might actually.
Because I know I have it written down in my notes that the spellbook came from Irate Bellchaser, so there might be like a little something on there. Or, not the stone giant mother mentioned that it was from like her old friend or something.
It might be something from pre-game, to be honest.
Long ago in the old written books of
Yeah.
the pre-game times. You feel a warmth gather around you. And it startles you at first because it feels like these large leathery wings just wrap around you and provide you with the warmth. And you realize it's the warmth of your deity, acknowledging your presence in your prayer.
And just simply ask for a little bit of guidance and a little bit of protection here for the family and I, since we're in a strange land.
You hear someone in the hallway and they speak up and they're like, I have guidance for you. Don't do stupid stuff and die. Do stupid stuff, you die.
Accurate.
Do you try
Looking around.
You look over and there's this really almost like this almost white goblin there, and they have robes of the temple on, and they have the emblem of Paylor around their neck, and they kind of they walk along the wall, and they walk in your direction, and they're like, you smell of Bahamut.
Well, that's good. Who are you?
And they look at you, and they have almost like glassy type of eyes, and they're like, I'm Blink, the caretaker of this temple.
Scabbard.
Scabbard. That sounds like scab. Do
I
you
guess it
peel
does.
easily when you're impacted into things?
Well, I mean, the scales do come off every now and then.
Ah,
Does this happen to look at all like Fat?
no, not even close.
Okay, so it's a different type of goblin.
Yeah. This goblin is very much a blind goblin, and possibly from what you're detecting, not any sort of evil at all, because they're in the Temple of Pelor.
Yeah.
A vampire as well.
Sweetie, go.
Well, it's good to know that there's a place like this here. A sanctuary.
Yes. This is a sanctuary of Pelor and other deities. No bad ones, we eat the bad ones. We feast upon their bones and give them to the All-Father of Gods as worship.
Okay.
It's pretty meta.
That's pretty intense, but understandable.
We let the crows of the great All-Father feast upon the remains.
Do I know what this is?
What?
The All-Father. Probably not.
No, you're like, what the fuck is this little thing preaching?
Other than cannibalism.
I may visit here again soon.
And they walk over and they pat you on the shoulder, and they're looking at you with these these pearl-like eyes, very, as blind as they are, it's very creepy in a way.
It's like they can see, but they can't see.
Yeah, they're like, I hope someday you get to witness your god feast upon Tiamat's corpse, and you can bathe in her blood.
Okay.
That's pretty meta too. This goblin's crazy.
This goblin
but
is
awesome.
This goblin is very much hardcore.
Well, after that, after introductions and everything, go ahead and thank him for allowing me to do this at the temple, I suppose.
And, so you're heading out?
Yes, unless they have anything else to say.
They're like, I hope you come back and spend more time with me. I get lonely here.
That's not very good.
Poor Manny's like, I'm so uncomfortable.
I'm making my way back to the tavern.
Alright, now that you've been mortified.
I don't know how I feel about Goblin. It's a good person. Good gobbo. But man, are they creepy.
Oh, yeah. Creep factor? Yes. Hardcore? Yes. Goblin? Most definitely. So eventually Scabbard comes back as you guys are working amongst each other. Are you guys working on? You're not there yet. You're working on.
I was gonna identify the brush. Just
Yeah. Do you meander around a little bit to check out things on your way back?
On my way back, I'm just gonna take a look around and see what's in the area.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually a pretty. It's a pretty cold town. Like it's like afternoon at this point, and it's only like probably 60 degrees.
I mean, it feels amazing to me, but as a reptile, it would suck probably.
Yeah, you're probably like, there's probably not lizards in this area.
Oh. This is, a little bit better, but it's not bad.
And someone looks over, this is normal weather for us. We need to get more hardy.
I'm not built for the cold.
I think Cayenne doesn't mind the cold at all.
Nah,
No.
you're fine too, probably, because you're fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge change up from where you're from, though.
Worst case scenario, Nikolai will just use his pretty slim.
I think you just get into the Reach Magica and open up the
Yeah.
fuel door.
Yeah,
You know
probably
what?
that too.
Actually, yeah. I'm gonna look for a shop that may offer, like, clothes for colder climates.
Investigation. Are you going to be one of the kobolds in a trench coat?
I thought we were outfitted for the cold because of where we were going.
I think actually you were.
Yeah,
Actually, then I wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I would still look around for some sort of, like, a bookshop, a trinket shop, or even a curiosity shop.
Oh, God. Okay, what was your investigation?
Let's see. 24.
24? Okay. Oh, and someone else ends up in Uldren's shop. To the same kind of greeting. So you eventually do identify the brush.
Mhm.
Please make notes of this so I can give you a proper card. The brush itself is referred to as the bubbler or bubblette, or the booblet. It is a magically infused brush that, when applying a circular pattern, it will actually provide a soothing feeling to the skin while creating gentle bubbles that actually clean the fur. If you do it in a counterclockwise, it will dry out the skin and disintegrate fur.
Damn!
Fuck.
That's waxing to a whole new level.
That's waxing
That's
to a whole new level.
That took a fucking turn.
Oh, wax on, wax off.
We're not talking about that.
We don't do that here. Only one more season.
So, circular pattern cleans the fur, counterclockwise disintegrates the fur.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you wander into the shop, and again the same thing that Mongo had seen, and
Wiping.
do a performance.
Hey, that's not bad. 14.
14. You're trying to figure out the movements to this dance. You're like,
I don't know this dance, to be honest.
and you hear from the corner the father's like, "Ah, that ruckus! Oh, that noise! Ah, it sounds like the world's falling down."
Terribly sorry.
He's old, senile. If you talk quietly, he will not hear your presence.
Is okay. Okay.
Welcome to the shop.
All right.
Feel free to look around, ask any questions. Remember, you touch it, you buy it. It will automatically be deducted from your bank account.
Hands to myself.
Put your hands in your pockets. That includes tails as well.
Oh, okay. Be very careful about that. I am going to. So I'm just going to ask. Do you happen to have any storybooks?
Buying a book from that shop.
Huh?
He's buying a book from that shop.
Nice weekend.
Oh no, you're in for it now, bud.
You open that, and I swear to God, if you get another one of my fucking spell books impaled, will be violence.
First of all, you were
Boy.
the one that opened it.
Stop. Cut it. So
Chill.
they eventually come back with a book after you leave, and you sit for a few moments, look around. You do find the weird shelf that he was looking at with the same kind of odd ingredient things on there. And you see the weird sheets of paper that are just laid there, and you can see there's musical notes on there, but it kind of flutters a little bit. And eventually comes back with this storybook, and it's like, this is a storybook. It was apparently enhanced by a bard and a wizard in a dueling contest. And you can see that there's a big, thick padlock on it.
It's not dangerous, is it?
Well, it depends what story you get. The storybook comes alive and proceeds to put on a play of words, as you would say. You do not need to read this book. It reads itself and performs the stories before you.
I don't know about that one. I think I'm gonna
That
have
sounds
to
awesome,
pass.
actually.
You know, I should probably come back here with my brother. Don't want to accidentally
No, I can give you
get the
attention.
wrong thing.
So it
you're
makes a
happy.
fair perception there. Well, we hope to see you again soon.
Oh, most definitely.
And the book just pulls away a little bit, and they just kind of tuck it back in their arms.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna have to pass on that book, though. You will probably see me later.
You have a safe travel.
You as well. I don't know why I said it, but okay. I'm making my way back to the tavern.
So yeah, you've identified the bubbler. And you walk into the room and you're assaulted by the instant, like, chicken smell of... It's almost like walking into a mist of it.
Oh, so like chicken and a humidifier. Gotcha.
Fried chicken humidifier.
Chicken juice humidifier. No.
Chicken juice humidifier. This can't get any worse.
Oh,
No.
Put chicken
happened?
soup in a humidifier.
I'm fairly certain somebody has put chicken broth in
In a humidifier. I'm pretty sure someone has. You're right.
Nikolai? What did you do?
Nikolai's not there right now. He's on his way back.
Oh. Well, I don't know that, so I'm still young.
Yeah.
Just blaming Nikolai.
So everything is. You investigate the rooms.
Uh-huh.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary, but you do find your parents' rooms. You do
Uh-huh.
check out the other rooms to make sure that they're in okay condition.
Uh-huh.
It's really just your parents' room that was kind of more ransacked than anyone else's.
Yeah. So, it's still ransacked right now. Okay.
But you don't find anything of immediate value.
Okay.
But you do head back to the inn to get the rest of the family.
Yep.
Yeah, the room just smells of like hardcore chicken, and Vicey's like, points to the large chunk of chicken, and she pulls off another like chunk of it with her paws, and the smell just becomes more intense.
So, like, every chunk you take off, it just gets more and more intense.
Releasing
Yes.
more surface area. Revealing more surface area of chicken cube.
You're really loving that thing, aren't you?
She comes over and shoves it
Freaking
into your mouth,
hilarious.
Oh, well,
and it's super juicy, tender, so full of like, it's like if you took like the herbs and seasonings and just directly infused it into the actual meat itself, not seasoned it, just infused into the meat.
alright, I'm just gonna eat it.
Yeah, it's like,
You know
oh
the
my god.
biggest side effect of this? Really want some chicken.
Chicken.
I really want some fried chicken now.
So you eventually get back as well,
Yeah.
and you walk in and you're hit by the assault of the smell.
Whoa!
I would fucking kill for a chicken quesadilla right now.
Damn it, why you gotta open your mouth about stuff like that?
Like a fucking chicken burrito.
There is a 24-hour Filiberto's.
Why?
I fucking might do that.
The freeway.
It's not that far away.
There is a 24-hour Filiberto's. That's not far from here.
There is, but do you remember the traffic, though?
At 10 o'clock at night? We don't live in L.A.
Yeah.
It's well because the freeway's
So-
always closed.
You come back to the room. You're
Hop out of
instantly-
Reach Magica once I get into the room.
Yeah, once you get back to the room, you get out of the Reach Magica, it's just like, saboosh.
Reach-a-majig, I think is what you called it.
Yeah, you just get hit with that smell and just,
Woo!
and it's just like palpable. Like you can almost taste the air, but it's so thick at this point.
So thick you could cut it with a knife.
Dang.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break for food. We'll come back and see the family off to the house.
Awesome.
We'll see you in 30 minutes. We're going to get food into us. And
Unfortunately, not fried chicken.
yeah. Oh, yeah. See you in 30 minutes, guys. we are going to hop back in. We're going to go probably a little bit longer because I ranted for a good 15 minutes.
I could have eaten the sandwich.
Yeah, at this point you could have eaten the sandwich, but no. You just went full fucking scavert and grabbed a handful of meat and like, nom, 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 nom. Actually, you went feisty with the chicken cube. You're like, oh, man, this is fucking delicious. Wow.
Pretty good.
Apparently, I got
You,
myself
pretty
a
good
fucking
pastrami.
You fucked
home.
your face with that meat.
You fucked your face with that meat.
The pastrami was delicious.
So, hello everybody, we're back. We're going to go ahead and jump into this other half of the session.
I'll wait, come back to us.
Oh, yeah.
We've been on for like 2 minutes now.
Yeah, I know. We're going to... Okay, quiet. We're going to jump back in. We're going to pick up where we left off with Nikolai making the announcement of that everybody can move to the house.
Yep. So the house is all repaired, guys. There's still messes, because those are things that my dad's clone made and broke. So I thought it was kind of important to leave them so we can investigate them.
Or you can investigate them, considering it was the mess that your father's clone made.
Okay. I will.
So, with that notion, I'm assuming... I'm making an assumption here that you guys are going to pack up and head to the house.
Yeah, if the house is ready.
Contract as well, by the way.
And as you guys are walking to the house, getting everything packed up, you hear him say, "We have a contract."
Before we leave, I would actually try to make sure that us relocating to the house wouldn't offend
the innkeeper.
royalty. The innkeeper and the royalty.
Okay, and do you put the meat cube in storage?
I still don't have the information for that, so I don't know what it's actually capable
You don't need the information. I'm just asking a simple question.
of. I suppose we can store it. I'll wrap it in cloth.
So you pull out a cloth that you can.
That's what I'm saying.
So-
Put it
So
in
you
the bag.
you get the cloth out and you start wrapping it, and you go to pick it up and you realize it's already soaked clear through from the juices.
Okay. Keep wrapping it as much as I can.
And you look over and you see him trying to wrap this to eventually stop the juices from flowing. The juice will flow. And you probably are like, you should just probably store it the way it is. You're going to probably go through an entire supply of fabric.
Yeah, just shove it in the bag. Clean up the mess.
Just put it in a pocket or something.
Put it in the our bag of holding that can store food for long periods of time.
And you precipitate the mess, clean it up.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So you're able to stop downstairs and talk to the lady of the tavern, and go ahead and talk to her.
Hello.
Hello?
Wondering if you have a moment.
Well, this is a moment, and we are currently speaking.
Something I just wanted to check in with. Because
Okay.
there's something that we were going to do, we just don't want to... Yeah, yourself and the royalty have been so nice to us, and so the last thing we want is to step on any toes or ruffle any feathers or cross anyone in any way, shape, or form. But our parents apparently frequented this kingdom, and specifically the city, quite often, apparently. To the point where they actually set up lodging for themselves of a more
Oh,
permanent...
now that you're actually getting to the point, no offense taken, it is okay.
Oh, okay.
However, I am holding you to the contract that you've taken out with my house.
The goose.
What?
Correct.
Yes.
Huh?
You would know
forgot
if
to
you
mention
didn't.
that.
You would know if you didn't run off.
Well, I'm doing important stuff, and you decide to get a quest that's not important. Okay. We'll talk about it later.
He doesn't mean any offense.
There's currently a wild goose about that is causing mischief all throughout the town, and your kind group has graciously accepted the contract to eliminate said goose.
Okay.
Think it was a perfect excuse to test out some of the new modifications on your Reach Who's-Its.
Okay. Well, thank you for the night. Wonderful hotel. Inn. Food was delicious. The entertainment wasn't very good, though. That was terrible.
The entertainment comes and goes depending on who stops in. A lot of adventurers frequent here, and as do bards. So it could vary, and generally we try to avoid bad shows.
Unfortunately, with just some random people popping in, there's really nothing you can do about that.
It's unfortunate that you weren't here last week for the all-female death metal orc band.
All right.
College of Metal Bards. Yes. I
That
want to
just
play one
brings
so
up some
bad.
terrifying memories.
I want to play one so bad.
She bows gently and closes out your tab, essentially, which is free because the castle's paying for it. And you head off to the house, and Cayenne,
I'd probably try to get some more details about the specific goose that we're looking for.
there's not really any other than there's been sightings of a goose, and it squawks rather loudly. And there's all these, like, tales that are listed regarding the goose.
Great, we have to stop the Untitled Goose Game.
Cayenne, as you're heading out, you're walking along with Nikolai to head to this location of the home of the Obscura that is here. And you pause for a moment because you hear a very off caw sound, almost like a rooster. And you look over, and that diplomat is on top of a random building, trying to caw at the sky, and guards are clambering up there like, you can't do that.
We all see this, or just Cayenne?
Cayenne notices it first because she's had to deal with the diplomat in red.
What are they doing?
She notices it at first.
Oh,
We just hear a god-awful caw.
what is that noise? Is that the
Oh,
goose?
fuck, is it? Yeah.
No.
No.
What do you mean? Not what is it?
I'm just going to
She
point
can't
that
even-
the same diplomat that was ordered to lick stones earlier, courtesy of a certain queen, not the queen of the city, but we don't mention names.
A diplomat of someone, and the queen told them to
A
make like a rooster.
it is the same diplomat that was licking all of the stones earlier.
Oh, that weirdo. Someone said that they belonged to a Fae court?
One of them.
What is a Fae court?
Do I know anything about that?
It's a royal organization of Fae, I would presume.
You guys would understand what a Fae court is. If that much nobility you do have a grasp on, especially you, Cayenne.
Like, I know what a court is, but a Fae court, like, what exactly is that?
You would understand it's a court. It's one of the... There's, what you know of is two courts. The Seelie court and the Fae court. And they both are basically, one and the same, that deal with each other. One is evil, one is good, and they both interact with each other in very long processes to come up with contracts and deals. Whereas they don't prefer outside war, they prefer backstabbing and shenanigery to basically get their way. And they reside in the Feywild.
Mongo might do well in these courts.
Huh?
Mongo might do well in these courts.
There's a lot of red tape.
Yeah,
Maybe you won't.
it's literally groups of Fae who rule over each land in the Feywild.
Rule over each land in the Feywild.
That's
Oh,
literally
fuck.
that's
Yeah.
That's literally
about it.
That's about it.
It doesn't seem complicated.
How do you rule over an ever-changing land?
It's the Fae.
It's
A lot
the
of practice.
Fae.
Scav.
The essentially the court is their term for a continent, and the continent of the Seelie court and the Fae court are intertwined. And within those courts are actually houses of different representatives that represent different Fae cultures. It's really complicated. Trust me, I have a whole document regarding this entire part.
I have a
It's
literal
changing.
list of like at least nine different parts or groups of the Fae court
or groups of the Fae court
right now.
right
Pretty
now.
crazy.
But yeah, you eventually make it to the home, head inside, and you're seeing how different it is when you walk in with a large round section instead of the usual just straight in like the other one. And you can see ramp banisters basically going up to the upper floor, and a hallway going this way, a hallway going that way, and two hallways, one straight ahead between the actual stairs.
Would you like me to... Well, actually, there's servants here. Number one, are you about?
He just appears right in front of you guys, and you see this ghostly servant. Greetings, masters. Primary masters, secondary masters. How can I be of service to you?
Huh.
They're all over the place. He's the number one. That was the name they were provided.
We are not ghosts. We are simply conjurations of the representatives of the space.
It's fascinating. This place was a mess, and look
Just
how nice it is
magical
now.
entities. Interesting. Okay. Well,
As I said, there are various messes throughout the house and things broken that I instructed them not to disturb because I thought it would be good to investigate them.
Alright, everybody, investigation rolls. Let's get this party on the road.
I will take that natural 20.
Cayenne will annoyingly investigate with a 10.
I guess I'll take that modified 20.
Yep.
10?
Yep.
Okay.
Cayenne just thinks that anything broken by the clone should be investigated or fixed by Nikolai. Nikolai only. Since it is the clone's fault.
You head off down to the left to investigate, and it's a hallway, and you can see that there's various sketches that are actually on the walls here. Some of them a little crooked. They haven't been placed properly. You see one of the spectral entities, they like straighten a picture and it immediately goes crooked, and it's like... And
That's weird.
you eventually come to these double glass doors, and they're... The entire wall is glass, like almost like stained glass, but in between that you can see vine shapes. And you grab the handles, twist them, and you push it open, and you see this massive greenhouse area. And it, down the center of this greenhouse section, you see these various statues of what your mother would have considered as important people that she's interacted with.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I'm gonna remember from the old house, and I'm just gonna speak bad juju in case there is another plant in here.
You next to you on the right, it startles you. You hear almost like this plant. It says, "You know of my cousin."
Oh, good. This one talks.
Yeah.
And you see this thing,
I'm sorry, Sophie.
Yes.
and this thing opens its mouth, and there's all these like shark teeth that almost are like layered piranha teeth.
Yes, I met your cousin.
Yes, I
and
met your cousin.
I will admit the abilities from the saliva that were left on my wizarding brother was pretty impressive.
Was pretty impressive.
And the thing moves closer and almost nuzzles you, and it's ice cold and slightly slimy to the touch. I've missed you, Mother Brigitta.
No. It thinks I'm mom.
It thinks I'm mom.
Shit.
Shit.
I don't want to break this plant's
I don't want to break
heart.
this plant's heart.
Crap.
Quick, someone say Beetlejuice 3 times.
No. No. We're not unleashing that
We're not
chaos.
unleashing that chaos.
You say Candyman instead?
You want to unleash bees on
I want
everyone?
to unleash bees on everyone.
I conjure bees!
Wouldn't that require a giant wooden
Wouldn't that
statue,
require a giant wooden statue, though?
No, that just requires you to do a performance and look like
Oh
Nick
god,
Cage.
no.
Oh god.
I could
no.
never channel that
I could
insanity.
never channel that insanity.
And yeah, you're now in this area and you may investigate it freely. With this plant just kind of like staying close
I'm
to
just
you.
going to be petting
just
on the
going to
plant
be
because I
petting on
literally
the
have no
plant,
words
'cause
that I could say
literally
to
have
them.
no words
that
that I
wouldn't
could say
hurt.
to them that wouldn't hurt.
Back with you three as you roll an investigation there. Scabbard, you walk around the room a little bit. Oh my god, do not drink carbonated drinks very quickly when you come back from break. You start looking at the stairs, or the ramps that lead up, obviously designed for centaurs. And you notice something, and you go over, and the little, usually decoration round part,
Oh, what is that called? Banister knob, I guess.
banister knob, we'll just call them knobs, decorative knobs. And you look at them, and there are various animals. And you're looking at them out in like this order that they're in. And you see, you look over and you start to panic instantly as he, click, pulls one off. Goes over, pulls another one up, and he starts rearranging them. The 4 of them into an order. And you secure them in place, and you hear a various click. A really prominent click within this room.
Okay.
And so basically there's this hallways on the sides, and then there's the hallway here. And then on the walls are actually curved, and you see them push in and open, and you see stairs going downward.
Alrighty.
There may be more stuff like this.
Oh,
This
yeah.
looked a little out of place.
Yeah, the number one suggested, without suggesting that there are secrets here.
What was your
He
investigation,
was
Cayenne?
informed that he is not allowed to share that information with us.
It was a 19.
It was a 19.
Yeah.
19? You wander around this area a little bit as this thing almost has like daddy long legs, like spiders walking with you, leaving little trails of dirt behind. Its long, snaky, serpentine body with like these little thorns sticking out and like little, almost like the leaves almost look like they're poison ivy, but when you touch it, it makes your skin go slightly numb.
Oh,
Oh,
And yeah, you head a bit further in and you find a table and you start looking at the table and you see a sketch of your father there and you can see some old documents there that have been ramsackled a little bit. And you look around a little bit and you see up on one of the statues, just right almost out of your reach. If you were shorter, you would have missed it. You reach up there and you pull something down. And it's a golden chain with wooden beads in between each section. And in it, you see there's a hand-carved, almost Celtic-like crow.
wonder what it is.
wonder what
Aside
it
from
is.
A pretty necklace.
Aside from a pretty necklace.
You can have Mongo identify it.
I will be very careful with it.
I will be very careful with
Store it in one of my
store
not
it
pockets
in
of holding.
One of my not pockets of holding.
All right. So are you guys taking the stairway down?
Question: is it dark or is it lit?
It's dark.
I
Huh?
got a modified 20 on my investigation summon as well.
In
Yeah.
relation to any of the messes that Mustache Roar created, where is this?
What, this area?
This stairway, yeah.
This is right in the entryway.
Okay. Did he make a mess in entry? I don't remember.
No.
No. Okay.
Question: the Bahamut's claw provides light. Is it enough to actually
No.
No. Okay.
While it glows, it provides no light, which makes it even more interesting.
Okay.
You can see it in the darkness, but it doesn't make light.
I will produce a torch then.
It's like a really depressing glow stick.
Why?
It's dark down the path that we're about to take.
And you're not able to see in the dark anymore?
I can. I don't know if well, I know he can. I don't know if you can.
Yes, you do, because you know I made goggles.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you know.
Then I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
In that case, no torch needed.
You head on downstairs,
Yeah, I'll go with.
and you get to it
And
comes.
so can Ace, actually.
So it curves down and it comes back around. It feels like a really long stairway, and it comes to basically these large iron double doors that they will have to push open for you. But
Okay.
you do see like a small iron door that you can enter through.
Yeah, I'll just go through the little tiny door.
And you go over and you see that it's been almost torn off its hinges.
Ah.
You like open it and just falls forward, and it makes a loud clang that echoes throughout this space.
Looks like Mustache Work came through here.
I was,
At
okay.
one point.
So I was going to say, it's like, dude, you don't have to kick the door down. There are hinges there. You could have just opened it.
No, it was.
What are the
Damage.
chances there may be something dangerous around here?
I'm sure it's a possibility.
There is something dangerous down here.
Us?
Yes.
Fuzzy's like, and she's like, "What am I, chopped liver?"
You're a part of us.
Feisty shows off her massive murder.
See?
Probably the most dangerous of us all.
And she just reaches over with one hand and pushes the doors open.
Well, I was going to go look first, but okay.
Alright. Just in case, I will have the sword drawn.
And you see Ace right there. He's rolling up his sleeves.
See? Like I said, dangerous.
Yeah.
And you may investigate the area.
I'm gonna fucking roll tonight.
What, another 20?
Yes.
Another 20.
Natural?
Yeah.
Nice.
Ditto.
Nice.
Nice.
24.
Nice. Cayenne, are you going to hang around that area a bit longer?
I think I will.
Okay. You go roam around the area a little bit more. You see some very unintended strawberry bushes that are dead. Some blueberry bushes that are dead. You're seeing a pattern here that the so-called servants didn't upkeep this area very well, but the viney plants seem to have thrived. And you realize they probably have eaten their infinite fill of servants.
Cayenne's going to
Going
tend to the fruit-bearing bushes and plants that she sees.
Yeah, you can use your druid magic to basically restore that spark of life. For each plant, it would be 1 hit point lost.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna use a druid craft to fix that area of where all the fruit-bearing plants are.
Yep. So, you enter this area, and it's clearly like more of a science-driven area, almost like a
Laboratory.
laboratory.
Probably a place that Rurik and Maggie worked in a lot.
And
I was going to wonder if maybe they brought a friend named Dexter.
And you head into this area, and there's workbenches that are just, you can see chunks of things on them, and you can see viscera and gore and medical tools, and the floor's got, dried blood all over it that's basically turned into iron and just powder. And you you start looking around, and you guys instantly look around, and there were some notes forgotten here. And you start looking at the notes. Please do an Arcana with advantage for me.
I will call for number 1.
Number 1 appears at the doorway.
I take it that my father's clone was here at one point.
I am not aware of that, sir, as I am not permitted to come into this room.
Am I allowed to change that?
You are the current master of the house.
The servants are allowed in this room.
Very well, sir. Would you like us to tidy up?
Not yet, please.
Okay.
Do you know if there's a light source in this room so we can just turn it on?
I will investigate for you, sir.
Please do. Don't turn it on, just let me know, please. And I will continue to look for one myself.
Yeah. What did you get?
25.
Nice. The notes don't mean much to you. You can tell they're written in a moon mouse, like, ranting and raving. You're like, okay.
Nikolai, some more of your mumbo jumbo over here.
Mongo, however,
Okay.
you
Looking for light.
you start looking at the notes, and you have to adjust a little bit because they're small papers. And you start reading through them, and you go from, like, we're on an adventure to discover, and then you're like, oh no. And you start going through them slower and start digesting it from a wizard point of view. That essentially, this mustache rig, from what you're gathering from the notes, had started to try and create simulacrums of the Obscura to torture for information. And on top of that, you find one note that's very disconcerting. Is that Mustache Rig had found a way to break the simulacrum ability that the Obscura had over him. And that was to become a necromancer. Or a lich.
We're fighting a 1-tall lich. Awesome!
But you're realizing the ramifications of that he actually had the same genius as Rurik and figured out a way to basically break his control over him to become his own self and become a lich.
Oh, goody. What's wrong, brother?
This is fascinating.
Meanwhile, you're off looking for a switch, and you
Just
find
looking for
one.
a light switch.
Yeah, you find one, and it's like a classic two-part, like, you know.
I think I found the light, guys.
Be careful.
Well, yeah.
If
Do
you
a double check, make sure it looks safe to turn on.
What's wrong, brother?
investigation.
Why are you so quiet?
And you're realizing all the chunks and pieces on all these different tables were essentially the attempts at simulacrums of the various members.
15.
It looks okay, and you just push it up, and you pull your hand away quickly, and it just turns on the various hanging lanterns in this room to provide light.
Awesome.
And the scene's even more grisly with the light on.
Jeez. What the fuck happened here?
If I had to guess, the clone was handiwork.
Yeah, probably.
Trying to make copies of the rest
What?
to extract information.
Wait. Run that back. Are you saying the clone was trying to make clones of the rest of everyone?
Look at a particularly large chunk
It's long decayed, but you get the point of, like,
and
yes.
try to point out like that was an attempt at cloning.
From what you can tell, you can't really tell. You're like, it was one of the bigger members.
So probably either, yeah, that decayed chunk of someone was more than likely the leftovers from mustache really trying to either clone your mother or Cayenne's parents.
Oh, shit. How are you getting this information, brother?
He found a note. Well, we both found it, but
You haven't even got to the bad news yet.
he can read it. I can't.
Hand on the papers.
Yeah, start going through.
Yeah, some of this is like very much wizardry, mumbo jumbo that you don't understand, even from your point of view.
Uh-huh.
And you'll need a translation for manga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I
gets
sense
worse.
any evil here?
How?
It's you can sense that bad things happen here.
Clones usually have to work within the confines of certain parameters that are set when they're first created.
Okay.
Unless they're really pissed and are as smart as your father.
Okay, yeah.
Then they'd find out that necromancy can undo that.
Okay. As I'm getting to the note that kind of defines that.
Yeah, you're
I
like
presume-
you're trying to cross-reference like, oh,
I don't like where this is going, manga.
Because it went to a very, very bad place and killed our parents.
Jeez.
So the assumption that he's still around, I think he's a lich now.
Have I ever heard of this word before?
you've heard of it in passing that it is a bad thing. You're just like your heart just instantly just shatters because you know exactly how bad that is and how much that goes against Bahamut.
Think our problem just got a whole lot bigger.
Yeah. Thankfully, we have to deal with a wild goose chase now, too.
You also can mention that if you choose to, that you need to visit Orith. If you choose to, I know that was something on your mind.
Yeah. The next town over, or very close to here, is a town called Orith.
Uh-huh.
There's another wizard school there.
Okay.
Some of the ones who run the school may have information on exactly
Well, the
how
wizard
to-
school is not in Orith, it's on an island, but
No.
the town itself is all-encompassing of magic.
Yeah. Orith might be a good place to go,
Okay.
just because, well, they worship the god of magic, and there's an island very, very close to there that has another school, and they probably have some information.
Anything that can help deal with a lich would be most valuable.
Cayenne, you're upstairs in happy fun land of dealing with plants and not downstairs getting the worst fucking news on a silver platter.
Upstairs
should
in
leave
Happy
this
Land
alone.
and not getting
Many
used
very terrible bad things
might
have happened.
turn Cayenne to stomping a blood
If
puddle
you
into the
wish to
floor
approach this place.
that may or may not have a face left.
have a facelift.
Not yet. There still might be some more information that we can get.
How many plants
How many
You're not
plants
gonna
were
try
up
to
there so that
identify.
way I know
were
how
up
many
there
hit
so
points
that way
I need to
know
take
how many
away?
hit points I need to take
It
away?
would be
15.
information that we would get
That works.
Yeah.
and understand on what
That
happened.
works.
I can deal with that.
The more,
I can
more
deal with that.
information we have.
I
against
just
it,
feel
the
this
more-
I just feel
slightest bit like I'm
the
dehydrated.
slightest bit like I'm dehydrated.
Yeah, you're like, I could use a
I
drink.
could
It's
use
a
drinkies
lich
now.
we're
I
dealing
could
with,
use
and at
drinkies
least
now.
allow me to help put down some sort of protection circle.
We probably
Man, I
definitely
want
need
to
to
ask
also
the plant what their
Man, I
name
wanna
is, but I
ask
don't
the
want to give
plant
away
what
that
their
I'm
name
not
is,
my
but I
mom.
don't want to
the
give away
queen
that I'm not my
and
mom.
see if she has any resources. To
There's a
help us
way
with
to do
this,
that.
because this is getting big.
Do an insight.
I'll get started on putting down a circle. then.
13.
I
13.
think,
13.
if anything, we just need to.
Yeah.
It's
Protect
pretty
the
easy. You're
threshold.
like,
I think we should leave this place as it
you
is
can be like, I've been busy. I've
And not
misplaced your
return.
name. What is it?
until we've
Okay.
gotten information
Okay.
about
I'm
gonna be
whatever the
petting
fuck
the-
this is
I'm
and
gonna
how
be
to do
petting
it.
the plant
I can tell you
because
one of the
petting the
choices.
plant
It's not a good
because
they're
thing.
still close.
They're
Yeah,
still
can
closed.
you do anything against the
I'm
lich?
sorry, I've been so busy.
I'm sorry,
I
I
haven't
can do.
seen you in such a long time.
Haven't seen you in
Unless
such a
I'm
long
not sure.
time.
So
Unfortunately, have
we
misplaced
leave
your
this
name.
room.
Fortunately, have misplaced your name.
protect
The
egress
plant
through
nuzzles
this
you,
room.
and it's almost like
Do
like
nothing in
how a
here
dog
until we have
nuzzles its owner.
people
Aw.
that can help us.
No.
Yeah.
And it purposely like tucks its little leaves in so they don't rub against you.
If he was powerful enough to
And
break away from being a clone and descend,
its name it whispers to you. My name is Myard.
That's cute.
that's a
That's
big
cute.
fucking problem.
Oh.
Because he's
Myard, I have missed you.
extremely fucking
I have
powerful.
missed you.
I missed you too.
So us keeping on the down low.
I have to step out for a little bit
I have
because
to
I need
step
to
out
grab
for a little bit
a few
because I need to
things,
grab
and I need to
Yeah.
find where my
things,
siblings
and I
went.
need to find where my siblings went.
Did they fix
Don't
it?
be gone for long.
I won't
did
be
the
gone
outside
too long.
look
I'll
like?
be
It was
back.
I won't be
trashed.
gone too long. I'll be back.
And it's all fixed up now?
I'll
Yeah.
gently sit them
I'll
down and
gently
I guess head out to find wherever the
I
rest
guess
of them.
head out to find
I
wherever
think
the
they
rest
They
of
went.
explored any other houses that
They
we
went.
visit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You make your way back to the main
If they
foyer,
have an exterior
and you
fascia,
see
leave
doors
them as
there,
they
or
Leave it looking
pathways
like
that weren't there
because
before,
there's
and
a possibility.
that lead downward.
I mean, the clone
I see how dark it is.
I see how dark it is.
together.
Yeah.
I'll get goggles
Which
ready.
means
I'll
we may
get goggles ready.
watch.
Okay, and head downstairs.
Yeah, I'll be cautious
Yeah,
with
Yeah,
heading
this
down there.
is
I'll
why
be cautious
I
with heading
include
down
some
Is
of
there.
it
the
made
questions
to
that
where
I
like
included.
centaurs
Is it
can
made
go
to
down
where,
that
to
way?
like,
give to
centaurs
the
can
queen
go down that
about
way?
Okay.
that
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that
still gonna be
really
cautious
only
because
her
I'm still gonna be
organization
cautious.
Cayenne is
because
a
of jesters would know.
Cayenne is
is
a
a
Answers
little
to.
little
is
little
a
tipsy
little,
right now.
little,
Few more
little
questions.
tipsy right now.
Well, game mechanic wise, not anything from this event, I don't think. But I did ask Melina for the ability to add questions as I think of them, but that were from
That point.
that
on, yeah.
point in
Well,
before.
Mongo's just
You
now
get
coming up with
downstairs
one
and
or
you
two
hear the
questions.
familiar talking of your siblings in a room.
I don't think there would be any problem with getting more questions to her.
Okay.
I'll just be
Probably
slowly
the same
making my
process
way
I would
there.
assume.
Be slowly making my way there.
Eventually, Cayenne comes into view of the door frame, and you're greeted by you're greeted by actual light, not darkness.
Goggles off before I get
Don't-
Goggles
flashbang.
off
Yeah.
before I get flashbang.
Don't touch anything.
And you head into the room, and you see the grisly scene that's been described.
Yes, Rurik is a bigger problem, or Mustache Rurik is a bigger problem.
We have a lich to deal with now, it seems.
But I have known about that because of
But I
Osling,
have known about that because of Osling,
or at least what a lich is.
You know
or
how
at least what a lich is.
bad news a lich is.
I'm
That
actually
if Osling knew about this, that she would be going to war.
we may be staying in this land a little bit longer than expected, Cayenne.
Right now, the plan that has been discussed thus far is to leave this space, protect it with holy magic, and then talk to the Queen about getting heavy hitter investigations down here.
The next town over, from what I understand based on what Mongo said, we could possibly have resources and things that could actually help understand how to deal with this threat even better. Until then, I'm going to sanctify and bless this area because really bad things happen
Before
here.
you do that,
Before you
I'm
do
gonna
that,
turn to Feisty
I'm
because
gonna
I know she went
turn
down
to
here
Feisty
too.
because I know she went down here too.
Yeah, she
I'm
was with
going
us,
to
yeah.
try to ask
I'm
her,
going to try to ask her.
would it be ill-advised
Would it be
look in-
ill-advised
into
to
and
look
see what happened
into
here?
and see what happened here?
Feisty looks around at this scene, kind of weighing it, and god damn, apparently I'm pulling a fucking scabbard tonight.
High and low?
It just one extreme to the other. There's no in between going on here. It's
It's pretty great and terrible at the same time, isn't it?
Feisty recommend it. You know me, I always roll really fucking stupidly high. It's rarely like.
Yeah. It's awesome. Just like.
Feisty speaks, and she's like, and you all hear this. I would recommend is that you have a cleric present for protection. I've heard whispers of a high cleric in the other town. Perhaps you should seek them out.
All the more reason that we should stay longer. It's good to hear your voice, Feisty.
And it's kind of unnerving hearing her voice because it's so noble and it's very unusual because it's like she's normally just kind of goofy to a degree.
Yeah.
But that nobility of hers coming out is like, okay.
Refined nature, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since you chose to speak your mind at this moment, Feisty, you probably are very strongly of this feeling, and I do not disagree in any way, shape, or form. It's a good idea. Thank you.
I also recommend...
Even though I don't understand what clerics... I don't understand religion, but anyways.
I also recommend that Lady Cayenne reaches out to her fellow druids and seeks the counsel of the Grand Druid of Necromancy. Perhaps they could provide insight as well to the situation. Things that jaunt between the realm of life and death are not to be taken lightly.
That's what my sisters told me. She
She
told me a few things.
told me a few
Since
things.
her circle is
Since
necromancy.
her circle is necromancy.
So I think it would be best
So
to
I think it would
find
be
a druid,
best to find a druid,
especially a
Ooh.
grand druid, more
especially a grand
experienced
druid,
in this to give
more experienced
answers.
in this to give answers.
Would she perhaps know of one? I mean, we can
She
just talk
hasn't
to her.
even had a
She
druid
hasn't
test.
even had a druid test.
Okay.
You would be able to speak to the Archdruid here.
Okay.
So I guess you are heading to Orith.
Yeah.
Well, first
Probably-
we gotta go talk to the queen.
Yeah.
Let her know of the bullshit that's happening.
Mongo, do me a favor. Can you gather whatever incense you can find?
Feisty walks over to
Incense?
Yes.
Feisty walks to Cayenne and looks up at Cayenne.
A
Looks
request, I know,
up
but
at
it's
Torts?
Looks
Towards,
towards,
yeah, if they're about to
because
say hi to be.
Towards because
Looks you in the
even
eyes.
though I grew 5 inches,
even though I grew
Feisty's
5
still very
inches,
big.
Feisty's still very big.
Yeah. Feisty looks to you, Cayenne. If you need my assistance for these rituals that I know that you're bound to take, I will assist.
I'm just gonna give her the biggest hug and say
Just
thank
gonna
you.
give her the biggest hug and say thank you.
When you hear that, and you're like, what?
Okay.
Is she speaking out loud or in our brains?
She's
With,
speaking
like-
out loud like
Oh,
she
okay.
does. It's that rare occasion when she actually speaks out loud, and it's...
I'm gonna go ahead and get started on this to sanctify it, but we're not gonna do anything further, right?
Yeah, don't do anything in the room.
No.
Protect
just,
the space outside of the room.
Yes.
Make sure nothing gets out, but
I mean, since we're already in here, see if there's any other egress out. Well, I'll ask the servant, is there any other way out of this room?
I have investigated the room, sir. I do not see any way out but those iron doors.
Okay.
And that just makes you kind of like, are they pure iron, or are they not all pure iron?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
I'm glad the doors are open so I don't have
I'm
to
glad
touch
the
them.
doors are open so I don't have to touch them.
If they're pure iron, you'd have a problem. If they're mixed iron, you wouldn't
Yeah.
have a problem.
Yeah.
So, you head out of the room, close the doors.
Close the doors.
Uh,
Number one,
I
if
asked
I may ask.
Mongo if he can gather some incense, but I'm gonna use ceremony to create holy water.
I'm pretty sure you have incense on your person
I think
because
it's
you
part
do.
of the identify spell, isn't it? Incense?
pearl powder, if I remember right.
Okay.
I would figure you have incense on you because you're Rongo. So, that's easy. You just
Cayenne may have incense
Cayenne
in
would
the,
have Cayenne
in the
would have
Arboretum
made
right now,
her
too.
own
Cayenne
incense.
would have made her own incense.
yeah. So Cayenne has incense. You have incense.
And there's a greenhouse that probably has shit that can be burned as incense.
If you dare venture in there without
If
Cayenne.
you dare venture in there without Cayenne present.
Number one, are you guys able to make modifications to this space?
What sort of modifications are you looking for, sir?
Further secure this hallway so nothing can come through without one of ours permissions to do so.
Of course, sir. This entire house is modular to your imagination.
Well, that's interesting. So what kind of, looking over at the people that do religious stuff, spiritual stuff, what kind of fortifications do you think would be good against liches?
Anything that would be radiant, anything holy, anything light and sun-based.
Would
Okay.
If it has an aversion to the undead, it would
would I
work.
know of anything
Would I
in particular that might help? Like one thing?
Not offhand, you know that basically they fall in almost the same category as vampires, but way more dangerous.
A lich, essentially, from what I understand, is the penultimum undead wizard.
Okay, so we're also dealing with Arcana.
Yes.
Okay, so
Another terrifying phrase, the house being modular to Nikolai's imagination.
So things
So-
that would nullify arcana-based magic would be extremely useful.
okay, so we would need. Asking number one, are you able to include like magic runic symbols and stuff in anything that you guys create?
We cannot, sir. We are very limited in that sense. We cannot create anything of religion or arcane. We can simply create rooms and spaces to be filled with objects
Okay,
and mundane furniture.
okay. So you could do decorations, but they can't be specifically arcane or divine.
Correct, sir.
Okay. If, for instance, I were to request that this room be completely cordoned off and sealed, but still be present, in that there's no way to get to it, would that be something you can do and then undo relatively easily?
I must ask, sir, would you like this designed for a party or a tea and sit down? Do an insight on that.
Can I answer this?
No.
I'm sorry, number one, I don't quite understand.
17?
17? You can respect how this particular specter speaks, and you get instantly what he's saying. A party, would you like it booby-trapped so that no one stands a chance of getting through? Or would you like a simple passage?
Do you want to be trapped in the moment?
Yes. Well, even more so, like physically you just cannot get to the room unless one of us tells you to provide passage.
We can do that as well, sir.
And nobody can get out of this room unless we specifically instruct you to give passage.
Correct.
Like beyond booby trapping.
Yes.
Let's do that. Sound right? Like, even if something happens here, it can't get out.
There
It
are no
seems
doors, so nothing's getting out.
And
You
nothing's
just
getting
see
into it.
Cayenne standing off to the
Just see
side
Cayenne
with a
standing off to the side with a
snoring with a bubble.
snoring with a bubble.
So,
I'm tracing a sigil on the door first.
I'm just do a religion. Pause for a moment.
Here she snaps back. She's like, "Are you done talking yet, Nikolai?"
Are you done talking yet, Nikolai?
25.
25. Okay. So, you eventually move back upstairs after the rituals are done to seal it, and you see the doors just melt away like they were never there. But the room is kept,
Okay.
and you're free to leave the house. Cayenne, are you gonna have that amulet looked at by
Yes.
Mongo?
Yes.
Okay. What are you going to do and identify on it?
Mhm.
I'll let you we're going to go ahead and have you do that, jump into that, and then we're going to go where you guys will have a meeting with the actual lady.
Okay, yeah, because that's the next thing that I think Nikolai is thinking
So-
is probably important, is talk to her. Like,
You're able to share the identify with Mungo on this amulet as it's presented to you. It's beautiful craftsmanship, and you have that usual feeling of when an item is identified, but you're getting more used to it now because you've been on it so many times. It's like going on a roller coaster and eventually it becomes boring to you.
Or it's just a lull.
Yeah. And you see that it was Olvar's actual necklace. And he's leaning on the banister and he's talking to a few members of the Obscura. And he's like, you know, when I was a young lad, we used to walk within the grassy fields and pick upon the wheat that was there and enjoy the day. When the fireflies came out, we knew it was time to go home. Yes, that is an Easter egg for you. She's done.
Green light.
She's
come
so
on.
done.
You better get home.
Come on. You better get
Before
home.
the first whistle.
Before the
Remember,
first
Dad?
whistle. Remember, Dad?
And you just hear him talking like almost like a very fatherly type of figure about things. And your dad stops and looks up like, really? You actually paid attention to the fireflies and decided to go home. And your mother walks through and is like, I find that really hard to believe because there was one time we were way out past, never mind, too much information for you guys. And your dad's like, I've walked in on you guys doing worse.
Oh, God.
And you hear from down in the other hall, you hear Jewel going, oh, I don't want to remember that.
Oh, no.
Why? Why, Maggie? Maggie's like, it's the truth.
Are you saying that my parents are exhibitionists?
No, she's saying my parents just got really bad timing.
And you find yourself back in this room, and you got a glimpse at more of your father's actual personality as far as how he acted in his downtime.
Well, that was very special. Thank you, Mongo. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
It was embarrassing for everyone involved.
Can we make an agreement to try to make sure that the incident they were referring to
Mud wrestling. Just
never
mud wrestling.
happens
That's
to
it.
any of
Just
us?
mud wrestling. That's all we're gonna say.
Just mud wrestling. That's all we're gonna say.
And you two are standing there going, oh, God.
Yeah, Cayenne.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
I
say
don't, I
this.
don't
Just
want to
so
know.
everyone can kind of get a visual. Cayenne's face, part of her neck, and her ears are probably red right now. Just saying.
Just saying.
All right then.
So,
We're leaving details out of that.
We're leaving details out of that.
was there something you want to do before you headed out?
It was something while there actually with
Okay.
the Queen's permission.
We haven't got to the Queen yet.
Well,
Yeah,
it's something I
you're
would
jumping.
ask when we're there.
You're jumping ahead. So, a few hours go by after your request to talk to Rosalind, the Queen,
Mhm.
and a jester dressed in all in white appears before you guys. You guys are sitting there talking at the table. At
In
the
our
inn.
house.
Oh, at the...
Oh, at the inn? Okay.
Yeah, you went back
okay.
to the inn so you don't destroy the sanctity of the place. You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
leave it as is.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there talking back and forth at a long table, and this jester appears at the head of it, and you guys are like, oh, Jesus Christ. And they're dressed in all white and gold, and they do this, and an invitation appears, and they set it on the table, and they bow, and in a flicker of light, they're gone.
Thank you.
Thank God somebody understands fucking showmanship.
Pretty impressive.
Very fucking impressive.
It's also terrifying.
Oh yeah, no, you don't want to fuck with those guys. That's just how they choose to drop off a fucking note.
Do you think we should include the council on this? We do have sending stones to speak with them. Seems kind of important, don't you think?
Yeah, but we probably should have a little bit more information because right now it is just, hey, there's a problem. Bad.
It's
That's
still
all we
pretty-
got.
I
it's still
think
pretty
Cayenne
significant.
would full on tell
Do you
Osley.
pick up the note?
Yeah,
bottle?
we have a
Yeah,
lynch
you
problem.
know it's an invite. You look at it, it's an invitation to come to the castle immediately.
And it's time to go.
I suppose so.
Wouldn't.
So as you stand,
I was gonna say
Huh?
wouldn't spend any more time waiting. Would be getting up.
you guys stand up and you head for the door, and as you are holding this, each of you are rather close proximity as you normally are.
Mhm.
You step through the door leading out of the inn, and you find yourself in a royal chamber instantly.
All right.
Okay.
And the invitation in your hand just turns into glowing gold fragments that just turn to powder and fall from your fingers.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, no, I'm doing a double take. Like, wait, we went through that.
Magic, brother.
Do a perception for me.
Okay.
Damn, they're good.
Magic.
18.
18 from you.
You should know this.
I'm letting you all do a perception.
No.
Y'all,
Mine is
Y'all.
17. Mine is 17.
17?
14.
24.
Okay. You're standing in this room, and it's a hexagonal type of room. And you see these banners basically hanging between each pillar. And towards the front of the room, there is a royal place for Rosalind to sit, and then there's a table before it. And above you, you look up, and you can see scales gently floating in the air that are moving. And in between the scales, you can see like an hourglass with sand coming down. And you look as you move forward into this room. Your feet make very little noise, and you hear something for the first time when you're in this room. And you catch out of the glimpse of your eyes, stand between each of these pillars is one of the jesters in pure black. And where they would have bells, you see little daggers hanging.
Freaking dope.
And their face is just that black, dark visage, and they're just dressed in pure black, different layers of black. And you're realizing, we don't make a fucking move in this room
Yeah, no shit.
without... It's like, we do not touch anything that resembles a weapon or anything to attack, because we will be dead before we could finish doing that.
As Nikolai would have, because he's doing the incognito thing, been in his reach magic, or reach of magic, he would get out of it and put it in his pocket. Because he was expecting to walk quite a distance.
And this person comes walking in, and she looks at you, and she's a very beautiful dark elf. And she's like, greetings. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Astrid.
Okay.
You don't know titles, please, but I am the representative of the Queen. She's on her way. And I am actually the speaker for your council, the liaison.
No.
Oh. Nice to meet you. Sorry we had to up the meeting.
The words urgent, evil, and monster in a letter is quite disconcerting to see within our city walls.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
why we
vagueness-
figured it was good to let you know.
Yeah.
And the vagueness of it is even more concerning.
Well, the vagueness is for a very specific and
I
good
do
reason.
not need to know the details. I will be present as you tell them. There's no need for this roundabout speaking.
Thank you.
Longo, you've been chosen to speak on behalf of your people.
I'll do my best.
I would hope so. And she walks ahead of you, and you can tell that she is more than likely also a vampire, which makes her even more terrifying. And she's like, we offer none of you ill harm, but we must protect our own city at any cost.
Of course.
Agreed.
And she heads to the table, and Rosalind comes in, and she's with a few jesters as well. And she sits into her seat, and she's like, please approach and speak.
Do so.
Yeah.
Put Mongo in the middle.
Yep.
In the middle and forward, I guess.
Unfortunately, due to some of the unwise decisions of certain members of our parents' group, there turns out to have longer lasting implications than probably they originally intended.
And those are...
They inadvertently made a lich.
And you see her go from, like, relaxed to very concerned.
Yeah, there was a clone in who was unhappy and decided to break away and found said way, and I'm fairly fucking sure that he has ascended to the status of...
I reach out and provide the papers, the notes and stuff.
Yeah.
Astrid, she takes the papers. She sets them on the table. She does something that you... Some sort of spell.
Uh-huh.
And the way she does spells, it almost looks like threads stretching between each other, with the runes forming along the actual threads. And she...
Weaving a spell.
Huh?
Weaving a spell.
And she just kind of snaps the threads and then picks up the papers and takes them up to her. And now they're larger sized as well. And the lady, the queen, she looks through them and she's like...
And there's a tomb of horrors in my family's home.
Yeah.
And she puts her hands together very gently, and you feel something at your back, and you guys find yourself in another room. This room is like lush. It's very welcoming, warm. There's candlelight. It's almost like a very nice sitting room.
Okay.
And you're like, fucking vampires and their showmanship moving you from one location to another.
I like the way that they're doing
And
this is fucking gross.
she walks down to you and she stands on the other side of the table. And she is like, Mongo, I summoned you here specifically because I wanted to communicate with you about your family and our ties together. I respected your father, I respected your mother as the other Obscura members, as did my parents. I've taken their counsel, and I will take their counsel on this as well. But I am adding my allegiance to you to help with the situation as it goes against everything that we stand for. What is it that you require for the house?
At present, somebody to covertly watch it.
She just smiles, and you see her sharp teeth for once. She's like, oh, that's not a problem. They're already watching it.
I kind of figured, if they could keep an eye out for anybody else who might not be associated with you.
The questions that were provided are being looked into.
Mongo.
Where you've been put into a timeout room with the other two brothers.
From what we know, which is dangerously little, I will admit, but we're trying to amass as much information as possible. The clone was able to create a loose organization.
That's disconcerting as well.
Extremely. Recently, he found one of the last members.
Say no more. Your tonality explains the rest of it. We've had some trouble try to stir within our docks and our actual outer cities that we have reach in. However, we've quelched those, and we assume now that you are before us speaking regarding this issue that had something to do with that, as we were allies with the Obscura.
It's possible.
And she moves her hand across the table, and you find yourself back in this room after the brief private discussion you had, and you're just like disoriented again, and like, fucking really? I've been teleported again. This is the third time within an hour you've been teleported.
Get used to it.
It's like, I have 4 good feet. I can use
Have
them.
4 good feet. I will separate
looks-
myself and y'all can do all the teleporting. I'm fucking done.
She looks over to you, Cayenne, and she bows her head gently. I'm sorry for the disorientation, Lady Cayenne. I did not mean to disorient you so many times, but teleportation is one of the quickest and easiest methods for me to move people where I need them.
Amen. Efficiency.
I was not speaking to you,
My
Mouse.
apologies.
It's okay. I don't think I will ever enjoy teleportation at any given point until I'm worm food. My apologies for the
Rumor has it
gruesome
Druids-
detail.
It is fine. But druids themselves have forms of teleportation. I've seen your mother do it. Simply walked into a tree and ended up into a whole new place.
I felt that going to the druid circle, but it wasn't as intense. It's like a warm hug.
So, take care of your dealings here. Astrid will speak to your council. We will deploy those that need to be deployed to handle things. Nikolai, do we have free entrance into your home? We're aware of the enchantments on it.
Yes.
I will now ask each of you. Cayenne, do you have anything to add to this?
Feisty, our companion, did mention that if I were to perform a ritual in asking my Lady of Blood's guidance into seeing what had happened in the gruesome room we were in, that I would need a high cleric just for my own protection.
It's-
Noodle.
It seems that all paths for you are leading to Orth. Our High Cleric is currently in Orth. You will want to visit the temple there.
Oh, there was definitely some really bad evil that happened within that chamber. As a result, I did put a sigil on there. I honestly do not know how it would react to anyone vampiric going in there. Because there is sigils of protection specifically against undead there.
It would not affect us as we are blessed by the light of Palar.
I was just concerned if anyone accidentally was going to be hurt.
One of the paladins, the highest of paladins that is under Prim, is also a vampire.
That is good to know.
Nikolai, do you have anything to add to this?
Yes. One would be, are there any resources you can help us procure that will allow us deep investigation into the occurrences within our home? Damn it, I had the thought there. Will any of your, as you asked for access, will any of you need to have access when we are not present?
Of course. To protect the area, we need full access. It would be under the city's protection, of course. and discreet.
Okay. I do not know how much access I can actually provide you.
Simple access to the home is more than enough.
However, the servants that are built within the home only respond to our commands to reveal what would be this Tomb of Horrors. It is now completely sealed off.
We have no reason to reveal the Tomb of Horrors, as you're calling it. We simply need access to be able to protect it.
Okay. Okay.
That way, buddy. That way.
Scabbard, do you have anything to add to this?
From what I understand, we will have to travel to Orth. What would be the most direct route, and what would you recommend to bring for such a travel? We are strangers in a strange land, and we're not too familiar with this
The
area.
path to Orth is very safe. There's not much to worry about along the way there. Now, if you're traveling out to the far point, then it could be a little precarious.
I heard that, well, once we get to Orth, I'm sure we'll probably be able to arrange passion. That there's a school off the coast on an island.
Yes. We get a many of their students coming through for educational reasons.
For research into this and, well, not going to lie, some personal research, I'd probably need to head over there. I assume that there's some regular safe passage from coast to island.
There is, and we already have plans based off the information you provided to reach out to one of their investigational teams.
Oh, sorry. Total different train of thought. One of the groups that the clone managed to... I don't know if he created them or they were already an organization and got in league with them.
Partnered with.
Yeah.
In the very least, yeah.
One such group is on our shit list due to the massive amount of mistreatment of animals. It did lead to the creation of our friend Feisty.
Give her a pat.
So that is wonderful that we have her, but all the other thousands that died to get there, if we knew their name, we'd be handing it over. Also, there's a group of...
These are not details I need to know of now. I only need to know of the issues within my walls at the moment. And how to better safeguard your travels to alleviate these issues.
There was another group that wore a specific cloak.
Yeah, this is like gray with a red stripe or something.
Yeah.
That's a good question to ask. In the list that I've provided, are your jesters aware of any organizations that wear like a gray cloak with a red stripe?
We're doing those investigations currently, asking
Okay.
throughout the Jester network.
Yeah, that's not a question that I added to the list that I provided you. So,
Any of the outlying troublesome groups that have been dealt with, I don't know if any of them happen to be clad in a gray, red striped cloak.
And she motions, she speaks to one of the jesters. And as they come forward, and eventually the jester does come back, and they have a box in their hands. And this box is very off-putting to all of you. And you are picking up from your paladin ways that this is some sort of containment box. This box itself has silver on it. Like, the metal is actually silver, and the wood itself is blood red. And she takes it from the jester and she sets it in front of you, Cayenne, at the table. And she looks at you. As you deal with the Blood Lady, the Queen of Blood, the Goddess of Blood, she who shall make the sky rain of red of the enemies of those that are just, please give her this gift on my regard.
I'm going to bow deeply and say yes, of course. It would be my honor to. I'm scared to
This-
touch the box.
You can touch the box, it's safe, but what's inside the box is basically going to be going into your offering circle for the Lady of
Awesome.
Blood.
Awesome.
She looks to you and she's like, be very careful with that box, because once the seal is broken, you must carry out the ritual with haste. As with what is contained in that blood, is a single vial of Strahd's blood as an offering.
Wow. Alrighty, how that was obtained is a story
That's,
to get.
Holy shit.
I mean, I may have wanted a shirt that says vote Strahd for president, but good lord. Okay.
That's why I feel like this.
Literally fucking gave you goosebumps.
I will definitely make my promise to Queen Rosalind that I will follow as instructed as to what she just told me.
That is a hell of a hefty offering.
There is
I thought that was
One-
something else in there.
I thought it was going to be her blood, to be
I
honest
thought it
with
was going to be a fucking cloak.
you. Oh, yeah.
there is
I
one
still want
other
one.
really important detail.
Hmm.
This clone in regards that has managed to obtain Lichdom has attempted to create other clones as well, specifically clones of the Obscura.
It was in the paperwork she read.
Oh, well,
I'm aware, Scabbard.
we don't know if they're still trying to do that in other locations. Is there a way that we could procure a wagon or a cart or something that will allow us to get to Orth quickly?
Because that's already been taken care of.
Excellent.
Also, we have direct link to Orith, and I'm able to travel there using said link, and I am willing to loan that to you.
I support this.
We may have to do that because time is of the essence, since this could be very bad.
Cayenne, I'm sorry, but you will have to be teleported once more.
I can find something to take my frustration out on in private.
I still
Lady
believe
Rosalind?
from
We
Kaya.
do have the training dummy, Cayenne. It will fight
But
back.
that's no fun. I'd rather it be a living thing.
Rosalind, I would like to be able to grant you full access, rights, and abilities to the home that I have, if I'm able to, so that if there is a need, you can do this.
As you wish,
But I believe I would have to go back to the home to do that.
you can do it from anywhere.
I can command the servants from here.
No, you can simply state the house.
Oh yeah,
within the
yeah,
house.
I've given her access already, but she doesn't have. She just can go into the house. She can't do
But you
anything there.
remember that you're the biological owner of said house, so you can issue commands to the house from wherever you are. So if you were like, house, I want the servants to now also follow so and so, they
Oh,
will.
I can do that. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, then I will speak that out loud, I guess.
Rosalind looks over to you, Cayenne. She's like, if you're looking for a fight, When you get to Orth, seek out the
Hey, keys.
barracks of the wolves.
Oh lord.
You know, the large ones that you see walking around? They do love a good rough and tumble.
I will keep that in mind.
Fight a giant bipedal obsidian wolf.
This is how Cayenne dies.
No, it wouldn't be to the death. like-
No, it would just more or less be a brawl to get off steam. Anger at the mere thought of teleportation when you're centaur or airships or ships of any kind when there's land travel with four perfectly good legs.
And she'll probably wind up making another friend.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
I was wondering, this is completely different. I don't suppose you know or have heard of a forest with a crater. Asking about, like, trying to find about the wand core. Since I
She
have
looks very perplexed at this.
nothing. It's more of a personal matter that I'm looking into.
I know of nothing of that nature.
Forest with a crater. You have to explain, buddy.
The core of
So-
my wand is sitting in that crater.
Oh.
Oh, the one from your vision.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh. I don't remember sharing that.
you're able to depart from her. Asher takes you to the teleportation room once again. And she's like,
I
safe
can learn how to
travels.
do this. So awesome.
Thank you.
And may you find the answers that you're looking for. And as you guys gather within the circle, it's like going from home to here, but from here to the next place. And it's just like that weird, tingly, almost like microwave barbecued feeling on your skin. It feels weird.
I imagine of any of the siblings, I'm probably the one with the easiest time.
Very much so.
I can assure you, Nikolai's cool with it too because it's so efficient. No waste of time.
And you see a person standing there, and they're like, "Oh, shit! I bet you guys feel like lightning hit turkeys right about now."
I'm fairly alright.
It's like, sorry, rude of me. I am the Duke of this city.
Magic Ace has like sparks going around.
Do I notice what type of being
this is?
Yeah, they're actually human. And rather striking looking gentleman. Greetings. God, why did my brain go there with that?
Give a bow.
Yeah.
Drex, not my father Drex, granted his lineage precedes me, but his progeny, yes, me. Yes. Yes. Welcome to my city, and, yeah, I didn't really get much notice of you showing up, so, welcome to Orith. We're the city of magic, not the big city of the small city of.
Drex, if I may,
Yeah,
relax. We don't care.
right.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Chill.
It's honestly, we should be
It was a very
apologizing.
last minute
Do
trip.
you
We just
mind
appreciate
if
you.
I?
You can skip the formalities, good sir.
He's like, all right. He pulls open his vest. He reaches in, and he pulls out a. You instantly recognize this as like it's literally like a cigarette, but you know what it is. And he snaps his finger, and you see a flame there, and he lights it, and he starts puffing.
I like this one.
He's like, all right, let's go. We got business. You guys got business to attend to. I got wizard shit to look at.
Yeah.
My father would have
absolutely.
my ass if he knew I spoke like this.
And
He's like,
trust me, we've said way worse.
he's like, yo, any of you guys want to hit? It's great shit. It's wizard infused. The best shit you'll find.
Sure.
I'm legit going to give him some of the herb from my giggle pouch as a gift.
So you guys all pass around. It's strong, and he lets you take a hit too, and you enjoy it, and you guys are exchanging a little bit. He's like,
I don't do this. Just chill and lay back.
Just out of curiosity, did they explain any of the reasonings as to why we're here?
yo man, I didn't get shit. I just said, hey, there's some nobles come to your city. They're important. Treat them like royalty. Well, no shit, you're nobles. And, like, hey, they got shit to deal with. Make sure nothing bad happens to them. So, we have all the guards and all sorts of shit on high alert for your understanding.
We don't need to interrupt anybody else's normal day-to-day lives.
Dude, don't piss in the grass. We don't have a problem.
There is one
Most
thing,
of us
though.
are housebroken, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Now, there is one thing, though.
And you're walking down this hallway, and you head out along this long, like, bridge, and you're seeing the actual full size of the city, and the large crystals floating above it, and the colors of the mage god everywhere, and large banners are hanging in the main street that comes through of the symbol of the mage god, along with banners of Halor as well.
We are here for very specific reasons in regards to a individual known as a lich. And I'm trying to be somewhat quiet about
bro,
this.
I don't need to know the fucking details of you being in my city. The queen said don't pry. I ain't gonna pry. Go deal with your shit. Like I said, it's all chill, man. Just don't fucking mess up the flow.
How do we get to that island place?
We get on a boat.
Oh,
And go
by the way,
across the river.
I'll give you a heads up. The head of my guard, he's pretty cool, but he's also hardcore and a hard ass. Be wary of him. But once you get on his side,
Might I get their name?
All right.
Krim.
Prim.
You can't miss him. He's head to toe in full plate armor and a big giant beard and can outdrink anybody.
Well, I suppose we need to speak with, like, some of your highly informed wizards about our problem to see what they can provide us as far as information and resources to help fight the problem.
Alright, it'll take me a little time to get that settled. I gotta, pick up the old scroll and make a few contacts here. But I'll get the information for you. Meanwhile, hey, check out the city. Take care of the other shit you need to take care of. It's all good, man.
You wouldn't happen to know where the Silken Paw is, do you?
Oh, shit, man. I love that place. Banging drinks. Too bad the owner's going out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what I heard.
Dude, her husband died 10 years ago. Heartbreak City, man. But she kept the party going, and well, I guess it's time for her to check out and go visit the big litter box in the sky.
Yeah, I heard all of her kids are kind of popping in just to
See her out?
Yeah. Praise Ceiling Cat, praise be, he's so chill, man. He'll, kick it on the old lounge with you and have a smoke with you and just be chill.
see somebody find
So, you head through the rest of his, basically his home and the keep here, and you're free to basically head out into the city to go in the directions you need to take care of things. He points you in the direction of the temple. I'm sure you ask about that.
Oh yeah, especially for that cleric.
He points you in the direction of the Silken Paw. He points you. Let's see, what other locations where are you guys?
Diane's only here to find the High Cleric. That's her only meaning of business right now.
So you're going with Scabbard.
Yeah, she wants to speak
Yeah,
to
that
the
would be
cleric.
like the only
She
real
wants to
reason
speak
to
to
be
the
here. Yeah.
cleric on her own, though.
No.
Oh, you can punt him across the room.
Well, the other thing would be to go to that wizard school to learn more about.
Yeah, but that's not in Orth. Apparently, the cleric is in Orth. We need to go talk to the
Yeah.
clerik.
I need to go talk to the
I
cleric
forgot that was
for
a
my
specific
ritual.
reason.
Cleric for my ritual.
I would not go without you.
Yeah.
That's I forgot what the actual specific reason
So
why
are you
we were
gonna
brought here.
question? Are you gonna go with Mongo, or are you gonna go with the other two? You know, Mongo has to go deal with something.
Yeah, I know Mongo apparently has to go deal with something.
Or we could do this the easy way, where you all go to the temple and then you go to the Silken Paw.
Really, honestly, Nikolai's choice would be the purpose that we're here is to go talk to the cleric. And
Okay.
anything else is great if we can.
You head to the Silken Paw.
I gotta go to Silken Paw first. At some point after that, then yeah, I would head to the temple.
Okay.
Just because me and my buddy gotta say hi.
Yeah. So you guys split off in the directions. You three, he has to really take care of this. He probably explains it to the group how important it is to him.
Okay.
And you head off to the Silken Paw, and you guys head to there. Let's see which one gets to go first. Oh, Silken Paw it is.
Okay.
I don't have a list here called Depression.
Oh, spoiler warning.
So you get to the Silken Paw, and you realize that it's actually a tavern that is down steps. You head downstairs to it, but you get to the Silken Paw, and you see that the actual place is closed, and you meet back up with Fuzzy. And Fuzzy's like, "Hey,
Fuzzy,
hi,
glad to see you again.
good to see you too. What brings you here? Oh, right, that thing.
Yeah, sure.
Home, not here.
Oh,
Come on."
thank you very much.
And takes you off and to essentially up to the upper crest of this place, what would be equivalent, the noble area.
Where you just were.
And you head into this very beautiful home that's designed for munchkins, essentially, not anybody really larger. And you get there and you see other siblings of Fuzzy there. You see Shaker there. And you see a few others there that are very much in the same lineage. About 7 others are there.
You can tell.
Yeah. And you can see a couple of people that worked with her there, an elf there, and a few others. And yeah, and Fuzzy guides you in, and they all start talking to you, and and they're just interchanging stories and things like that, and what they've been doing for this entire time, and you can tell they've been taking time with her to essentially hey, we've been doing this, and this is what we've been doing in life, and so forth. And yeah, Fuzzy's takes you up to the master bedroom. I'll leave you alone. You can take care of it. I'm not going to interfere with you. And yeah, you head into the room, and there's flowers everywhere and trinkets everywhere and things like that. And you see this Munchkin Tabaxi laying in bed, and cleric is there, and the cleric's like, I will leave so you can have some private time with your mother. Goes out and closes the door. Yeah.
Hello.
Do you approach and say hello? Yeah, you get up to the bed and you see she's
Super
rather...
respectful.
Yeah. And, she's like, I might be going blind and dying, but I don't recognize you as one of my own.
As far as I know, we've never met. But, I ran into God, that bell's probably going fucking crazy.
It's just like in all directions.
Well, I ran into Fuzzy over the town over, and she said the oddest thing to me.
What was that?
Pull out the bell. She says this might have been yours at one point.
She tries to weakly reach up and grab it, and she holds on to it and moves it about a little bit, and she's like, "Oh yeah, my old bell. I lost this a long time ago. I actually gave it to a friend, I think. I don't remember. Details are fuzzy. Well, it belongs to you now."
What was the stone giant's name?
Kodos is what we know her as.
Yeah. Do you remember someone named Kodos?
Let's see if she actually remembers. It's an odd roll. Okay. It cocked. It's like, maybe?
Somehow you managed to roll an 18.6?
Yeah. She's like, no, I don't know. Wait. Big giant ruby dragon.
Yes.
I know that one. Pretty, very well mannered. She drinks with a lot of cinnamon.
I'll have to remember that.
Cinnamon, really strong dwarven ale, and a hot coal from the furnace. Right.
Well, as it turns out,
It was garnished with one of the hot peppers, too.
Dwarven ale with a coal in it.
Cinnamon and
Gotta
hot
be a
peppers.
coal from a fire.
Gotta be a coal from
That's
a
an
fire.
important detail.
That's an important detail.
A hot coal,
A
yeah.
burning coal,
Yeah.
of course. Temperature hot and spicy hot for the fucking dragon. Why am I not goddamn surprised? In a roundabout way, she kind of raised me and my siblings. Before we took off and started getting in all kinds of trouble, she gave me this.
And she rolls it over to you, and she's like, it's yours to keep.
I haven't been able to unlock the damn thing.
When you do, you'll understand a lot.
Hopefully.
She just kind of gives a very faint smile. And she's like, locked within the very middle of that is the secret of our origin. And with that, she's just gone.
Oh no.
Damn. Well, hopefully all her children got to speak to her first.
Yeah.
Oh, we gotta tell the story of Irate Melchaser on Discord. Damn, that's a painful one, Mike. This one hurts. Oh. Oh, indeed.
You need a moment there, Tom? Okay. So, back to the three that are blissfully unaware of the destruction on the park. Eventually, you do find your way to the temple
Okay.
and head inside.
He's cutting onions.
Diane is immediately looking for the high cleric.
Let me find something real quick.
That was a rough one.
Fuck, our eyes are sweating. It's warm.
Oh man, I forgot how fucking badass Prim was. Holy shit.
Prim. That name was familiar.
Yeah. So you head in and to the temple, and you see this figure. They're kneeled down before the temple of Palor, and they're wearing full, heavy plate armor. And the figure just stands up fully to their full height, and they're 6 feet tall, easily.
I'll bow my head to them and say greetings.
She turns towards you, and you might have, like, she commands an authority, essentially. In her presence, her actual appearance is like almost a ghostly white, but it's giving off a holy aura. And you can tell that she's like this very beautiful tiefling, however one of her horns is completely broken off. And you can see like she has almost like silvery blonde type hair. And she has very beautiful striking green eyes, and you're like, shit, this might be a tiefling vampire.
Of course.
Like, why not?
But few ornaments hang from her other horn, and they're mostly her holy symbols of like Bahamut, and one of Palor, and one of, another deity that you're not familiar with. And her armor, she wears it with pride. It looks like it has seen dozens of combat, dozens of encounters, bar fights, everything you could probably imagine. And she walks over, and she just takes this heavy mace that's almost as long as her leg and swings it up and rests it on her shoulder. And she walks to you, and she's like, I'm aware of who you are and why you're here. The God told me so. Why the fuck are you bringing this evil into my home?
It was not of.
And which one of you?
It was not of my doing, I swear.
Just not of any of us, actually.
It was our progenitors.
Mainly yours.
I guess in particular. Yeah, I guess in particular mine.
Very in particular yours. Your father made the clone.
Who I never met.
The clone went crazy.
She looks at you. She looks at each of you, and she's just like, And you require what of me?
I need protection while performing a ritual with the guidance of the Lady of Blood to see what was possibly done in this terrible room so we can fix this. See if we can get any kind of clues.
She looks to you, Cayenne, and she's like, I fought one of the Lady of Blood's paladins and I won. Oh, that was a good fight.
I have had visions of one of her paladins, and that is a terrifying image. And I have no doubt that the fight between you and the paladin was glorious, to say the least.
They move a bit, and they walk back to the temple, or the actual statue of Palor, and put their hand on it. And you can see that she has very much digigrid legs, and her hooves are even armored. But she has no tail. It's been cut off at some point, probably during a fight.
Damn.
Like, this paladin or cleric has been through some serious fucking shit.
Yeah.
And she's like, the song that we sung on that day when we battled. Makes my blood warm. I'll help you with your ritual. I will help you figure out this evil, and then I will cleanse the area of all evil.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely.
If there's anything that we can do to repay our gratitude to you, please let us know.
Please let us know.
Simply leave gratitude for my God.
Who's that?
Flick him in the air. Come on now. Can you not put two and two together?
I don't know who that is.
Please forgive his ignorance.
I know nothing of this god stuff. Sorry.
She looks to you and you see a certain softness for once, and she's like, I have no ill will towards you and your ignorance of this situation, as you just proclaimed you know nothing of it. I do not expect someone that knows nothing of it to know of it.
Thank you. Perfect sound logic. I appreciate that.
I worship the god of Pelor.
Pelor. Okay.
Simply leave something in his favor.
What would be appreciated?
Something of the sun.
Something of the sun.
Something of feast from the crops.
Oh. From the crops.
Agriculture and sunlight.
Well,
Things that usually represent life.
cows eat wheat. Cows make milk. Milk makes cheese. Would a wheel of cheese be logically acceptable?
Perplexing logic, little mouse folk, but I don't suppose that my god would say no.
So that's the altar?
Yes.
You go to the altar and pull out.
I'm going to be
Thank you, Pelor.
when Nikolai is done. Cayenne is going to leave some of the berries she collected from the greenhouse. Good Lord.
Good Lord.
I just left an offering at the other temple. I don't know if I have anything else I could leave.
You can follow the same logic. You have a block of chicken.
Oh my god! Do not unleash that holy hell in this temple, because Prim will probably wear you as a trophy.
That would be most insulting.
You never touch that one block of cheese, so I'll give it to Pelor.
Let's see. I have wood carver's tools.
You just Nikolai the shit out of that.
You know what? Actually, I do have agriculture stuff. I will leave my leather working knife.
That's her.
That was really impressive.
Dude, I'm impressed with that. Holy shit.
It's a very clear line of logic that nobody else would have fucking gone through.
I've had that knife for a long time.
So, you get to, after you say your goodbyes, Mongo, and explain to them, and the children, they all chime in that they've been coming here for at least a week at this time.
Yeah.
To say their goodbyes, you're able to head off.
And Fuzzy Navel.
I'm trying to find out where Fuzzy
Shaker.
and a couple of them resides, and that way
Yeah.
I might not tell them that what's inside there, but it's just hey.
Yeah. And
So
eventually
that way, if I do figure it out, then it's okay, I can
share it
tell
with them.
my people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy enough to exchange details and stuff where they live, and you get a few different places you've never even heard of that her children have spread out a lot. A few of them haven't been able to make it here because of adventuring mishaps, living up to the Munchkin Tabaxi lore.
Yeah.
So they're with her in spirit.
Yeah.
You're going to see you again real soon.
Roll a... please roll a religion for me.
Ooh, shit. I don't have that one memorized.
What is this number on my screen?
Hey, some of them I have memorized.
See, sometimes it's a trap, other times it's not.
That's a catch-22 there.
I have to remember
17.
17?
to remove my wheel of cheese from my inventory now.
So, you head out to go to the temple, walking there quietly. You pause for a moment and you look towards the silken paw. And you see Irate Bellchaser and another cat walking with her, and they just fade off. Poor Tom.
What the hell is that noise?
He's trying not to open up all the waterworks.
Yeah.
No one's gonna judge. It's a legend there.
And eventually you do make it to the temple. And,
Before, can I go up to the door?
alright.
Did I try to fucking do this? Take a knee, grab like a little shot glass or something. The stuff Fuzzy gave me. Set that by the door. Do a quick seal and cap.
Alright. Fair enough. So, you get to the temple. You head up the steps, and poor Mongo's been crying this whole trip. Sounds like that, what is it, the boo cat that we have outside?
Oh, the Russian. Yeah.
The
The Russian Grey.
Yeah, that just yells like it's been hit by a train. My God, that is the most horrendous meow I've ever heard from a cat.
And it's just like a normal cat.
Dude, it does not sound like a normal cat.
It doesn't sound like it, but when you see it, it's like, why do you sound like death?
But you get up to the steps and you head into the temple, and you, not paying much mind, you almost bump into someone there, and it's a lizard folk. And she looks at you and she's like, hi.
Sorry,
And she starts putting some stuff back together, and
I try to help.
if you want, you can do an investigation while you're doing that. See what she's
Oh, there's the wheel of
putting
cheese.
back together. What?
That is a 1.
That's a 1?
Yep.
Oh no.
You reach over and you grab something and you pull it and you hear it crack. And she pauses and she's like, and you see her heart just instantly
I can fix
stop.
this.
She's like, that was my father's.
I can fix that, I think. Is it magical or just very special to you?
It's a holy symbol.
Oh, fuck.
Please, fix.
I know a little arcane. With your help, I think I can fix this. Who is it a holy symbol to?
It's a holy symbol to Palor.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, shit. I don't know if Medic's gonna work on that. I'll try to get them involved in the mending of it.
Kind of put
Just
it
so that
together the
way-
way it looks like it's supposed to be.
She puts her hands on your hands very gently, and she's like, "I'll help you."
I think that's a spell that actually clerics know too.
Okay.
That's a spell on a lot of people's lists.
All right, go ahead and roll your Arcana and mending. Mending you don't have to roll for, but
Yeah.
Arcana to actually get this right. Try not to hit Sparta this time.
Okay, that's better. 21.
And she works with you on this, and it takes a little bit of time. It rattles a little bit, and all the pieces eventually put back together. And she picks it up, and she's like, she looks at it, and she's like, "I'm sorry. If you had actually ruined this, I would let Lady Prim kill you personally, and then I would decorate myself with your bones.
I do try to back away slowly. That is.
This was my
Probably fair.
father's holy symbol, and yeah, he hasn't been alive for quite a while, and I just carry on his name.
Oh, I think I know who the dad is. That really fucking hurts.
Tom is just getting ripped right now. Just getting annihilated emotionally right now.
I don't think I know this one.
No, you don't.
That is a fucking. That's deep.
Yeah.
If it is who I think it is.
Are you gonna be ballsy enough to ask?
Right now, I'm not.
I will.
No. That question, I'm sorry, I gotta ask. That does not get answered right now.
Okay.
Because if it is who I think it is,
We may need a Tom to step away from the table.
Yeah.
Cut off camera one, please.
Oh, no, I'm leaving the fucking stage.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna be bowling after this session. She just puts her hand out. My name is Riz. That is not by irony, that is just by how the names landed. And she's like, come on. I'm sure you want to meet others.
Yeah, do the thing. I can't roleplay that right now.
I'm pretty sure you've connected the dots.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see this lizard folk cleric come in and with Mongo. And Prim looks over and is like, she looks to the cleric and she's like, are you okay? And she's like, well, honestly, I'm a little distraught, Lady Prim. This Munchkin Tabaxi, as clumsy as they are, accidentally broke my holy symbol. And Prim, you see her just shift that massive mace.
You're getting the most motherfuckingly look from Scaver at you as well.
Prim, he made amends and, no pun intended, mouth spoken, repaired it.
Okay. He fixes stuff too, yes.
You look like you've been crying, Mongo. Are you okay?
Yeah, you all pick up on how distraught Mongo is currently.
I think Cayenne could have picked it up pretty quick because she's seen Sunny cry.
Yeah. And Feisty comes over and just leans against you gently.
Big ass head that's like the size of your torso.
Yeah. Pretty sure Mongo could just fit into Feisty's mouth. She could eat Mongo and Scav. Nikolai might get caught in her teeth.
He ain't going to slide down her throat easily. I can tell you that much.
So, yeah, Lady Prim actually offers her services to you to go back and take care of these dealings that she has to prepare, essentially. So you guys can take care of the other things within the city.
Okay.
So, we're going to, ironically, unironically, leave off where you guys are paying respects to the statue of Palor and speaking amongst each other. You probably paying more respects in more ways than you can imagine. And, yeah, almost a spitting image of her father. And with that absolute destructive ending to a session, we will call it a night here. We will pick up next week as they speak to wizards. Cayenne will maybe get in touch with a grand archdruid of necromancy.
Yes. Yes.
And Tom will have a box of tissues on the table.
Yep.
We thank you for tuning in on this April the 1st.
Yeah, that's right. It is April 1st.
And we hope to see you next week, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us, guys.
We all wish you a good night.
Yeah, you should join our Discord if you want to learn more about the amazing story of Irate Bellchaser.
Oh, man. Some hard bookends tonight.
That one hurts a lot. Well, thank you, everybody.
Have a good week. Be safe. Be merry. Remember all
Happy
the good
anniversary.
times. Yeah.
I